Please raise for our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Be seated. Thank you. Honorable speakers, distinguished participants, and all invited guests, a very warm greetings to each and every one of you. Welcome to the Hultan South Hotel and Residence Jakarta for the ASEAN Sustainable Energy Financing and Mobilization of Energy Investment in ASEAN. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today on Tuesday, June 27, 2023. Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, who in this occasion represented by Bapak Dadan Kusdiana. Honorable Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, who in this occasion represented by Bapak Febriu Kaca Ribu. The Honorable President of the Sustainable Development Solution Network, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. The Honorable, the Director General of Electricity, who in this occasion represented by Director of Electricity Business Development, Bapak Hafid Nazif. The Honorable, the Chair of Monash Sustainable Development Institute and Climateworks Center, Professor John Thwaites. The Honorable, the CEO of Center for Policy Development, Mr. Andrew Hudson. Honorable speakers, distinguished participants, and all fellow invited guests of ASEAN Sustainable Energy Financing and Mobilization of Energy Investment in ASEAN. This event is conducted hybrid, where we have 100 participants attending here in person in Jakarta. And we have more than 200 participants who are joining virtually from across the ASEAN region. Good afternoon to you all. To warm up this afternoon, may I have a big applause to this event. Thank you, and allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anjana Demira, and I'm honored to be the Master of Ceremony for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, 2023 is the fourth time Indonesia's chairmanship of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, with the chairmanship theme of Asian Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. There are 7 main elements embodied in the theme, with 6 annual priorities under the energy cooperation, as well as 3 priority issues in the economic sector. Among these elements and importance is how to yield the necessary funding for the energy transition in Indonesia and other Southeast Asia emerging economies like Vietnam and the Philippines. The Sustainable Energy Financing and Mobilization of Energy Investment in ASEAN workshop is aimed to unpack and explore end-to-end required enabling policies and financing mechanism in financing the energy transition sustainably and justly. With the initial agenda covering 3 focus areas, such as leveraging public financing, mobilizing more private or philanthropic funding, and contextualizing the innovative financing schemes for the energy transition. The identified findings from the dialogue would serve as a basis for further discussion or negotiations of a more comprehensive finance package with key actors within and beyond government entities. Through this event, 3 are expected main outputs will be delivered. First, more than 50 targeted key stakeholders across ASEAN are participating in this event, and more than 50 public participates through an online platform. Second, an event proceeding summarizing the discussion and finding of the covered focus areas. And the last one, a policy brief on the event theme as a derived product of the event proceeding for key policy and decision makers. And next, we would like to invite to the stage for welcoming speech. Kindly be invited to the stage, Bapak Mr. Jeffrey Sachs.
Greetings, friends. I hope that you can hear me. I'm coming to you from the Vatican today, from Rome. So I wish that I could be on stage together with you. But let me just make a few very brief remarks. First, to thank the government of Indonesia for its great leadership on so many fronts. Today, there was the release of a report on deforestation, showing that Indonesia is the world leader in bringing down dramatically the rate of deforestation. This is something for which you should be very proud, and also for which the whole world is grateful. And Indonesia's leadership in ASEAN, of course, is of inestimable importance for the world. Indonesia's presidency of the G20 was extremely important for keeping the world, as divided as it is, on course for trying to find solutions to our major challenges. And it was a great and historic accomplishment, Indonesia's G20. Now you are president of ASEAN and taking on the challenge of the energy transition, and more generally, I would say the ecological transition. I just want to give a few quick suggestions, and I will underscore quick, so that you can get on to your important meetings. When the Paris Agreement was reached, what was set in motion was a series of nationally determined contributions towards climate action. But these are short term, every few years to state what the goals are for the next few years. I really want to fail the NDCs, but to emphasize the need for a long-term strategy at the core. Where will Indonesia be at mid-century? Not in 2030-term vision that I think is completely essential for any sound energy transformation, ecological transformation, and climate financing. We're talking about infrastructure that has a lifetime of 40 or 50 or 60 years. We're not talking about short-term policy. We're talking about basic national strategy. Now, every country and every region has to have a strategy that is based on net zero emissions around mid-century, because the whole world needs to move this way. We're already in a climate and ecological catastrophe. So the core strategy must be a green, and especially in Indonesia, that's very appropriate as such a wondrous, beautiful, biodiverse, and green part of our planet, but a green economy based on net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. Now, to have that as a strategy, one needs to underpin that with a detailed, quantified pathway analysis, a path the coming 30 years, how Indonesia and its neighbors, as I'll emphasize, will reach net zero emissions. And there are several dimensions of such a pathway analysis. The first at the core is the power sector, because we are moving to electricity-based economies for transport, for buildings, for much of industry, for, of course, personal and home use. And so reaching a net zero power system is pathway objective number one. Pathway objective number two is to reach net zero in the industrial, not only zero carbon power, but also a hydrogen and also advanced biofuels, of which Indonesia is a major producer. A third part of the pathway, of course, is sustainable infrastructure, public transit, city and inter-island infrastructure. It is critical to spell out a powerhouse of the world, an agroforestry superpower of the world. What is the pathway to end completely the deforestation and to protect the wondrous biodiversity of Indonesia, which is unique in the world and absolutely a treasure of all humanity? So basic strategy and then long-term pathways are absolutely essential to underpin success. Short-term goals, reducing fossil fuel use or expanding renewable energy by X% by the year 2030, then become part of a long-term path, but are not the substitute for a long-term pathway. And there's another dimension of this pathway analysis, and that is that Indonesia is a very important industrial nation. And so Indonesia will not only have a clean and green and sustainable economy, power sector, and infrastructure, but it will produce many of the key components for such a green economy. Indonesia should be a solar module producer. Indonesia can be producing hydrogen in effective way, and the hydrolyzers for that. Indonesia will produce significant components for the electric vehicle industry and so forth. So having an industrializing policy to produce the components of the green economy is also an extremely important part of Indonesia's strategy. Of course, I could go on about the underpinnings of technological innovation, research and development, national scientific and technology efforts of Indonesia that will be important, and of course, higher education. Is excellence in education as being absolutely fundamental to the success of the pathway. But let me turn to two more elements. One that is core, in fact, they're both central to the challenge of financing. But the one that I would turn to first is the fact that any successful strategy for Indonesia is necessarily a regional strategy across ASEAN. And not only ASEAN, but also bridging ASEAN with Australia, for instance, with the submarine cables, which will no doubt carry some of Australia's renewable energy into Southeast and Northeast Asia, and also connections of ASEAN with China, and beyond China, I think, to an integrated system with Korea and Japan as well. In other words, I view the RCEP region, the ASEAN 10, plus China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, as not only a trading zone, but as the right scope for thinking about the net zero pathways. This is a regional effort with regional infrastructure, physical interconnections of trade, transport, fiber, energy, hydrogen, and therefore one needs a regional focus on these pathways. And of course, the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, together with Australia Climateworks and Monash University, Sustainable Development Institute, and other partners, absolutely is keen to work with ASEAN to help flesh out this very dynamic and vibrant pathway, which I think will underpin decades of economic growth and development in the ASEAN region. Finally, let me turn to the topic of the workshop, the seminar on finance. Obviously, we need long-term and much increased financing for this transformation. And obviously, it needs to be blended, private and public. And Indonesia has been absolutely a leader in blended financing and aims to establish a world center on blended financing as one of the outcomes of Indonesia's G20 presidency. I am very interested these days in boosting public financing through the official financial institutions. And I would like ASEAN to be a leader in promoting a massive scale increase of official financing for the energy transformation and the ecological transformation. And just to mention that that includes several key organizations, obviously the Asian Development Bank, obviously the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, obviously the new development bank of the BRICS based in Shanghai, obviously the Belt and Road Initiative, which I regard as an extremely positive and extremely important initiative led by China to help integrate in a sustainable manner the infrastructure of ASEAN, but also many other regions of the world. There is, of course, the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund hosted at the Asian Development Bank. That could really benefit from a massive capital increase and leveraging. And if the countries of ASEAN would put in some of their own capital, ASEAN would be able to leverage that fund many times more. So you could boost your own contributions with big borrowing by the ADB on behalf of the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund to underpin the official side of the financing. And the final point that I want to mention is that, as Indonesia knows very well, there is very active discussion now of creating a global forestry fund to support the sustainability of the world's great tropical forests. And thankfully, Indonesia has joined with Brazil and with the Democratic Republic of Congo to bring together the three great equatorial rainforest regions of the world: the Amazon, the Indonesian and Southeast Asian rainforest, and the Congo Basin. Now, sustainable development and management of the three great equatorial rainforests requires a global forest fund with ample financing, grant financing, concessional financing, and market-based financing to enable the conservation of this fundamental part of the biosphere. And in the coming months, and I think by COP28, it should be possible to establish a global forestry fund that has contributions, I would hope, of tens of billions of dollars for this vital effort. And again, this is something I'm working towards and would be absolutely desirous to work together with the ASEAN leadership to make sure that such a fund works for ASEAN, works for the world's rainforests, works for sustainable development. So thank you very much for allowing me to share these brief thoughts with you. There are so many leaders in the room that I admire enormously. You know what to do. My hope is that I can help you a bit to raise the global solidarity to get done what you are already leading. But please put forward that long-term strategy, those long-term pathways, and let's mobilize the blended financing to make that real. Thank you so much for letting me share these brief thoughts with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, for the speech and apology for the unstable network. Presenting insights on Asian Green Deal, the needs and opportunities in raising Southeast Asia's climate ambition for accelerating sustainable energy transition. Well, the second program of the opening ceremony is the welcoming remarks from the Director General of Electricity, who in this occasion represented by Director of Electricity Business Development. Kindly be invited to the stage, Bapak Hafid Nazif.
Before I begin, I would like to apologize for the Director General of Electricity as well as a senior official on energy leader of Indonesia, Bapak Jusman Hutajulu, cannot be here, join us with the very important event because another assignment. He also sent best regard to all of you, and then I will be deliver his welcome remark. Distinguished Acting Secretary General Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, representing Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, Bapak Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, representing Minister of Finance, President of Sustainable Development Solution Network, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, CEO of Center for Policy Development, Mr. Andrew Hurson, ASEAN representatives, Executive Director ASEAN Center of Energy, Bapak Nuki Agia Utama, yang terhormat juga Bapak Wawan, Senior Energy Expert. Terima kasih Bapak. All distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon for all speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, I'm honored to welcome you all in this ASEAN event series in sustainable energy financing and mobilizing of energy investment in ASEAN. I would like to convey that the government of Indonesia has prioritized energy transition financing issue as one of the 6 annual priorities under the energy cooperation in our ASEAN Chairmanship this year. This event will support Indonesia annual priorities number 2, organize high-level policy dialogue on sustainable energy financing and mobilization of energy investment to ensure energy security and achieve the NDC in ASEAN. We believe that proper approach are needed to fulfill the necessary funding for bringing low carbon technologies and improving renewable energy penetration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on the road of the 41st ASEAN Minister of Energy meeting, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia has organized this event series in collaboration with Climateworks Center for Policy Development, International Institute for Sustainable Development, Indonesia Research Institute for Decarbonization, Institute of Essential Service Reform, and Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center. This event objective is to explore the policies and financing mechanism in supporting the energy transition in ASEAN. We be here the dialogue that elaborate about the ASEAN Green Deal, the needs and opportunities in raising Southeast Asia climate ambition for accelerating sustainable energy transition. Indonesia chairmanship agenda in mobilizing the required financing need for the ASEAN sustainable energy transition. And then making ASEAN an attractive investment destination for energy transition. And the last, ensuring the full package of energy transition financing in the Southeast Asia region. We encourage this event as a starting point of discussion on the comprehensive financial approach with government and private support. We are open to any recommendation from all of the stakeholders and experts on how the energy transition investment should be improved. We also thank ASEAN policy makers, financial institutions, dialogue partners, UN agency, and Indonesia think tank and academy for giving their support in this dialogue. We hope ASEAN could unlock its huge renewable energy potential with sustainable and concrete financial support to achieve energy transition goals. Thank you and enjoy the discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Hafid Nazif, for the warm speech. Next, we would like to invite the Chair of Monash Sustainable Development Institute and Climateworks Center to also give the welcoming remarks. To Professor John Toich, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you, and thanks for that musical introduction. I'd like to acknowledge distinguished guests, Pak Febrio Kacharibu, the Chair of the Fiscal Policy Agency, and Pak Dadan Kustiana, the Director General for New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation. And as I said to Pak Kustiana, what a wonderful department to be responsible for, new energy for the future. What could be better than that? It is a great pleasure to be here today. And I'd like to back Professor Sachs's congratulations to Indonesia for your leadership through the G20 and now through the chairmanship of ASEAN of the transition, the energy transition. The huge challenge that the whole world is facing, but Indonesia has really been a global leader, and I'd like to acknowledge that. Australia is also on that journey, and I was reflecting how Australia and Indonesia share a number of similarities as we embark on that journey. We're both countries with significant commodity exports. Both countries have relied on coal for their energy and for their industry. And for these reasons, we're on quite a complicated path as we do this transition. We have had some successes in Australia, but we've also had some big roadblocks as well. And today I just wanted to pass on a few lessons that I feel we've learnt in that transition in recent years. The first is that strong targets are essential. And they're targets that are not just targets for the sake of targets, but are backed by robust modelling and a strategy for mid and long term. As Professor Sachs said, there needs to be a strategy to identify how those targets are going to be achieved. Climateworks is working together with the Sustainable Development Solutions Network and expert modellers here in Indonesia and in 7 other Asian countries to model the pathways that would accelerate the transition to net zero. And one thing I've heard in our discussions today has been the need to have an open discussion about the different options, the different pathways. And we hope that we can add to that. The second lesson is that those targets need to be backed up by legislation and regulation. Legislation and regulation that incentivises investment and critically makes renewables profitable. Fossil fuels have had enormous benefits for our countries, but they've also been supported with significant investment. And if renewables are going to get a start, they need regulation and legislation to ensure that they're profitable. And I note in that regard that in Australia, since we increased our renewable energy target in 2015, the percentage of renewables in our electricity system has doubled from 17 to 35%. But it needed that legislation. The third lesson, I think, is that funding and finance will follow those first 2 points. That is, having clear targets, having a strategy, and having the appropriate regulation. And that will then lead to blended finance because there's a business case to back it up. And the fourth and final lesson is that the energy transition must be just and fair. There are thousands of workers in coal power plants here in Indonesia and in Australia. And if we're going to do the transition, there has to be a plan for them, but also an opportunity for them to participate in the energy of the future, in renewables, in energy conservation. So I'm very pleased that Climateworks can be part of this event today, and more importantly, to work with you to ensure the well-being of everyone in Indonesia and across ASEAN in a clean and prosperous energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor John Thwaites, for the presentation and the speech also. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, opening remarks in this opening ceremony will be delivered virtually. Please welcome the CEO of Center for Policy Development, Mr. Andrew Hudson.
Thank you. Selamat siang. I'm so pleased to be here on behalf of the Centre for Policy Development to welcome you all to today's important event, and I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there with you in person. CPD has been really delighted to organise this event with our partners, Climateworks, we just heard from John, PYC, IESR, IRID and IISD. Together we form this Energy Transition Policy Development Forum, and we're honoured by the participation of so many distinguished speakers in the room and online. I couldn't agree more with John that Australia shares a lot of similarities with Indonesia on our decarbonisation journey, and indeed our well-being as a region in the face of climate transition is really contingent on our trust in one another. I'm a firm believer when faced with difficult systems change, I'm a firm believer of optimism. And I think there is some room for optimism with recent developments in Indonesia. We've heard that from both John and Professor Sachs. I mean, just to highlight a couple of them, Indonesia is committed to achieve net zero emissions by 2060 or earlier. It's established a long-term plan to develop nearly 600 gigawatts of renewable energy from solar, hydro, ocean and other means. Short-term measures have also been applied, including converting diesel power plants to clean alternatives, piloting carbon capture projects, or incentivising transition to electric vehicles. And Indonesia's national electricity company, PLN, has formulated a greener business plan aiming to incorporate renewable energy into approximately 50% of Indonesia's energy mix by 2030. So I think a lot to be optimistic about, and these are clearly good signs, but there is more to be done. And in order to achieve these things, substantial financing will be needed. By some estimates, Indonesia will need around $1 trillion by 2060 to achieve a successful transition. And to meet this requirement, Indonesia will need to explore innovative funding mechanisms with partner countries and international financial institutions. And so that's what today's event is really all about, an opportunity to dig deep into how to mobilize this required financing, not just in Indonesia, but throughout ASEAN, and to better enable public and private financing to flow to ASEAN. There are a few concrete opportunities on the table to boost regional collaboration that we wanted to highlight. First, an ASEAN renewable energy roadmap and the possible establishment of an ASEAN Green Deal. And Professor Sachs touched on that briefly in his comments. Second, concrete means to boost public and private financing of energy transition in ASEAN, including financing non-project aspects to ensure the just transition. Third, leveraging Indonesian policy frameworks such as renewable energy targets and carbon pricing mechanisms. And these are important to support clean energy investments and reduce risks, while also promoting innovative financing mechanisms. And I think all of this will come together through the Energy Transition Mechanism country platform. Australia, as ASEAN's first dialogue partner, and on our own decarbonisation journey, will be a key player in supporting our neighbours and friends on this journey. Australia can offer support by sharing knowledge, providing financial and policy development assistance, collaborating on research and development, and developing shared renewable energy projects. So I hope the event today will explore these opportunities in greater detail. Our first panel today will discuss how blended public and private finance can help achieve net zero emissions. And our second panel will discuss how to ensure we go beyond project financing in supporting the just energy transition. Both will focus on the huge potential of our Southeast Asian region to come up with concrete suggestions for policy change. As both John and Jeffrey have mentioned, it's wonderful to see Indonesia take a leadership position on these critical issues, both in last year's G20 presidency and this year as chair of ASEAN. And finally, I want to emphasize that this event is not a one-off, but rather it's a part of an ongoing collaboration, an ongoing series of events from the Energy Transition Policy Development Forum. And CPD and our partners remain committed to supporting Indonesia and the region on its energy transition journey. We're working closely with the ASEAN Energy Sector Coordinator and also working to promote Australia, Indonesia, and Australia-ASEAN collaboration on clean energy into the future. So thank you so much and enjoy the discussions today.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Hudson, for the welcoming remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this opening ceremony of sustainable energy financing and mobilization of energy investment in ASEAN, it is our honor to have a keynote speech from the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, which in this occasion will be represented by Secretary General Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Very good afternoon. Excellency, Professor John, my colleague, Dr. Febrio Kacaribu, and I think Professor Jeffrey is on the screen already, and others, my colleagues from the Ministry of Energy, Ibu Filda. First of all, I would like to convey also the apologies from my minister. My minister currently is in Kuala Lumpur for the oil and gas conference also over there. So please allow me also on behalf of the Excellency to deliver the keynote speech on Indonesian chairmanship in mobilizing the required financial needs for ASEAN sustainable energy transition. I firmly convinced with the dialogue partner and also the supporter on this occasion. You may see here that many organizations has been supporting us here, credible organization. I will not read one by one, but most of them I think quite known very well here in the country. In particular for those that basically this is national think tank in the country. Yeah, so thank you for that, for the support. So on behalf of the Indonesian government and also as the chairman of ASEAN in 2023, I extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists and the participants who have gathered here for this highly significant event. For all the panelists and participants who travel to Jakarta to attend this event, I hope that you stay in our 469-year city. Is enjoyable and filled with memorable moments. Actually, this month is the month of the city. Yeah. So I think from 19th of June to 18th of July, we have a serial of the memorable moments here in the city. Bapak sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairman of ASEAN, Indonesia is fully committed to achieving several key outcomes in the energy sector, given our recognition of the importance of the clean energy future. So this week is actually the second week for us discussing of energy aspect in ASEAN. We had a full week last week, I think from Sunday to Saturday. So we had plenty of time. Most people coming here, in total I think something like 120 people coming to the energy working group, to senior official meeting on energy, and we come up with some key outcomes, and this will be bringing into the energy minister meeting on August in Bali. We are actively working toward our goals, which include developing a clear concept for energy transition sustainable finance. So the financing aspect is one of the important one within the senior official meeting last week, establishing a long-term renewable energy roadmap, bridging the gap between policy level decision and also actual investment practices, and creating a clear pathway for regional power interconnectivity. So thank you to Dr. Fabrio to join also this event, because actually what we can do here from Ministry of Energy, we know the project. We have a plenty of list of the project, at least within RBTL, with the planning within the PLN, there is 520 projects already. Yeah. We finished the feasibility study. We did the survey. We convinced that the supply and demand is balanced, and we did the additional power. We committed that the government will not add more coal-fired power plant. We will add only the renewable energy. But then, when bringing this project into the implementation, then we need Pak Fabrio, I think, to fill the gap in terms of the financing. Thank you to Professor John. You mentioned already about the blended finance. Then I believe that Indonesia is also on that part. So energy transition, of course, is very country-specific. That is why the widest variety of energy resources, technology, and financing should be considered to ensure just, inclusive, affordable, and secure energy transition in accordance with the circumstances of each country. I think this word is also very well known within the UNFCCC. According to IRID report, the implementation of energy transition, ASEAN will need finance about 30 trillion or 29.4 trillion by 2050. Under scenario of 1 degree Celsius with 100% renewable energy implementation. And I think Indonesia is the largest part of that one. Yeah. This investment requirement is intended for, among others, the purchase of cost power, development of solar, PV, hydro, and other renewable energy. We are the richest country in terms of the geothermal, and we have also plenty of the resources in terms of others. Yeah. Grid and flexibility, transmission, whether it is national and also within the region, yeah. Distribution, and of course the storage. The other is, as the tropical region, I think ASEAN will also go to the biofuel supply, electrification, EV cars, and also EV charging system, as well as in considering a wider cost perspective that include fuel costs, operation, and maintenance. To meet the funding needs of this size, we have to boost clean energy investment and financial flows through strengthening project pipelines, enhancing policy and regulatory frameworks, including the risking mechanism, preparing high-quality bankable projects, and streamlining approval. Thank you to the support for some international agencies to us also in preparing the high-quality bankable project in this part. Strengthen clean energy finance and investment analysis across all sources of public and private finance is needed to meet energy access and transition goals and identify avenues for potential disbursement that will bring down the cost of energy adoption. We know already that the cost for some renewable energy technology are reducing a lot. Yeah. Say, for example, for photovoltaic, within 10 to 15 years, it can be reduced by something like 70%, yeah, on this part. We could develop sustainable and inclusive financing solution at scale through further dialogue and action among institutional investors, multilateral development banks, and other financing institutions, industries, and policymakers to enhance collaboration, to identify innovative financing options, and also to promote compatible approaches to green and transition financing. New partnership initiatives to support countries' goals in accelerating energy transition are always, of course, welcome, including those between developed and developing countries to ensure a just and affordable energy transition for all. Japan, for example, at G20 Summit in Bali has launched the initiative of ASEC. We just had the senior official meeting of ASEC last Saturday. It is expected that ASEC could serve as the driving force for a broader partnership among ASEAN countries to implement a clean, sustainable toward the carbon neutrality. We can take action through ASEC platform in developing massive renewable energy infrastructures, research and development, developing affordable technology, and strong supporting industry. With the participation of numerous distinguished speakers in this forum, I firmly believe that we can collaborate to create innovative financing instruments. And my part within the ministry is to provide the project on this part, and then Ministry of Finance, Dr. Fabio will continue on that part in terms of financing. Together, we can have a stronger and more inclusive pathway toward the accelerated implementation of net zero emission targets. So I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your attention and commitment for advancing the clean energy transition within ASEAN region. Let us move forward with the determination and collaboration, forging a sustainable and prosperous future for all. ASEAN matters at the center of growth. Thank you.
Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, please remain on stage because we would like to take this opportunity for a group photo. Kindly join to the stage for Bapak Hafid Nazif, Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, Mr. John Twaits, Bapak Guntur Sutiono, Bapak Rudy Gobel, Bapak Fabi Tumiwa, Mr. Richard Bridle, Ibu Kuki Suchahun, Ibu Filda Yusgiantoro, Miss Monica Bey, and Bapak Nuki Agia Utama. Kindly join to the stage for a group photo together. Look directly to the center of the camera. 1, 3, 2, 1, cheese. One more. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay. Okay. Salam jempol. Cheese. Thank you, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Kindly return to your seat. Thank you. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, for the last keynote speech, it is our honor to have the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, which in this occasion will be represented by Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
Pak Dadan and ladies and gentlemen, my staff prepared a 7-page long speech. I'm going to try not to read all of them. Really distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, really honored to be in this occasion on ASEAN event series, Sustainable Energy Financing and Mobilization of Energy Investment in ASEAN. A lot of speakers previously have been mentioning a lot about how Indonesia is, for the sake of Indonesia and also for the sake of the world, We are consistently building our policy framework consistent with the goals of global, but also consistent with our own interest in Indonesia for our people. We did our nationally determined contribution and we enhanced it. We increased our commitment that is already recorded. And I would like to move on to something that everybody's been talking about our energy transition mechanism. And it is really, truly a collaborative work, hard work of a lot of people, especially Pak Dadan and friends from the Ministry of Energy, with us, Ministry of Finance, and also lots of parties from Indonesia, and of course not to mention with global partners including MDBs and also bilateral countries. Now I would like to move on a little bit on ASEAN. ASEAN countries depend heavily on fossil fuels. We have about 75% of energy mix or more or less, and only about 14% of renewables. However, ASEAN agreed to increase the renewable energy contribution to 23% by 2025. And we move toward low carbon future. And ASEAN, clearly we have a very conducive partnership within the region. And this year in particular and next year in particular, ASEAN is becoming one of the rare bright spots for the economic growth. So clearly when we're talking about sustainable finance, when we're talking about energy transitions, this is not only about the reducing the emission, which is a very good cause and for the sake of the global and also for the sake of our people, but also at the same time we are looking at this as a transformative agenda for our economy. Clearly, developing economies like Indonesia and also member of ASEAN countries, looking at ourselves as developing economies emerging to aspiration of being developed economies in coming out of the middle income trap. For this context, we know we have to build the manufacturing sector that is actually adding more value added here in Indonesia and creating more value added. And knowing that our global trend is increasingly are going to be renewables, we know we need to build the capacity and we know that we need to get ready for those. And so we take advantage of this momentum also to take this as a transformative initiative of our economy and also together with the ASEAN members as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very often that Indonesia and also since the G20 leadership and also in ASEAN chairmanship this year, we echo, we escalate the narrative of energy transition with the principles of just and affordable. These are among alternatives of motto that everybody's looking at and using. In some part, they use JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership. We use this similar word of just there. For Indonesia, and I think for most developing economies, it is very important that the transition itself must be affordable as well. We know that the just word can have many meanings in many contexts. Affordable, I think it's very easy to understand. It has to be affordable to the people. It has to be affordable to the economy. It has to be affordable to my budget, since I'm from the Fiscal Policy Agency as well. I'd like to go into what we've done in ASEAN, which is actually a continuance of what we also did and still ongoing effort in G20 as well on the front of the sustainable finance. Sustainable finance is not really an easy topic to talk about, especially since you also have now geopolitics. You have the conditions where one particular group of countries versus one particular group of countries trying also not to step into each other's toes, but also at the same time, everybody agrees that this is a common cause that we want to achieve of the goals together. But when we talk about money, somehow there are similar language that we can actually talk about, that we use similar words that we can understand each other. So when we start talking about sustainable finance, there is a good convergence not only in the region, among the emerging economies itself, because we clearly coming from the same background of developing economies, but when we talk between developing economies with the developed economies, there is this concordance, there is this dictionary that we can actually use at the same time. When we talk about sustainable finance, we also talk with the private sector, we talk to the financial sector, because increasingly when we use a lot of rhetorics for many, many years now, it seems that this is the right time for us to start talking about pricing somehow. Everybody's been trying with the initiative of carbon pricing, but at the end of the day, you need to talk about money. And this is what we have done so far, and I think we have broken some ground, and we have some lead for us to be studying, talking about projects and how to finance the projects. We've started with rhetorics of energy transition. We know transitioning from the fossil fuel-based economies need to be accelerated into a more renewable, but we now are able to some extent to calculate what are the costs of transitioning from a very highly fossil fuel economy into a renewable-based economy. Now we are able to calculate that initially from a big picture, top-down. But good news, I think, to us is that now we are coming up with a bottom-up approach. We look at the projects one by one, and then we start calculating, we start counting, what does it really take for a project to be delivered? How much does it cost? Now, let me give you an illustration, which is a very highlight of our energy transition mechanism in Indonesia. On the one hand, we have more than 60% of our electricity powered by coal. On the other hand, we need to build more renewables. At current moment, we still have excess capacity of our power generation. So when we have more than 60% of our electricity coming from coal, plus some in the pipeline, we need to come up with the narrative of how to early retire of the existing coal-fired power plants before we can actually push faster on the building of renewables. In some contexts, they can happen at the same time, but in certain contexts, we have to retire some of these coal-fired power plants earlier. Now, it's a very good question. Everybody was wondering how to answer this question. How do we retire early a coal-fired power plant? Can we just shut it down? Of course, no. What about the compensation? What if we shut it down, but not fully, but only partially? What would be the type of compensation? So that's the simple argument, the simple narratives that we try to attempt to challenge ourselves, and then coming up with the financing structure for that. And this is basically the very tenet of our blended finance for early retirement coal-fired power plant. So at the moment, we are working on a pilot of Cirebon. Everybody must know about it, about 660 megawatt to be early retired. Existing owners are willing to refinance, basically. And new owners will come in with, again, the context of early retirement. So we're gonna cut how many years of the operation. And how do we compensate for that? The easy answer is refinancing. More precisely, the transition finance will answer the question. So this is how all of the effort from many rhetorics now come together and realize the solution financially. Now, when we start talking about financial, I have to be honest with you, we don't know all of the answers yet. But at least from the bottom-up approach, we know that this particular project is sound. We know that the financing model for this particular project making sense. And we bring together all of this, not only private sector, because Cirebon is actually owned by a private sector, not owned by the PLN. We also bring in MDBs, in this case ADB. We also bring in philanthropists to the transaction. And this is going to be a clear, a true blended finance, blended effort. And hopefully we can financially close this transaction by the end of the year, and hopefully we can announce it at the COP 28. Now, another thing I would like to add is that when we start talking about bottom-up approach, when we look at, Pak Dadan mentioned 500 projects, 500 or more projects. Now we are talking, right? Previously we're exchanging rhetorics. Now we're talking about projects. I think this is a very good development, very good progress, not only for us, but also for the world. When we start talking about projects, the price discovery will happen. The arbitrage will translate some of the confusing words. And now we start building up our strategy, our big initiative, which consists of projects. Now, let me give you an example. We have CIF. We just got approved CIF, Climate Investment Fund, for $500 million as a very concessional money. And this is leveraged by World Bank and ADBs and some other institutions, including Government of Indonesia, to the tune of $5 billion. And this will be translated into comprehensive investment plan as to where do we use this money and for what kind of project with the timeline down the road. We also announced the $20 billion JETP money, and this involves IPG countries. US and Japan are the leading countries in this group of IPGs, and now we are preparing the investment plan for those money to be delivered by sometime mid-August. There are good and encouraging news that we have achieved, we have done, but the work still a lot. We need to work harder on the details of the transactions, and from each transactions that we are going to deliver, that will give us more steps to follow, and from there we're going to calibrate. Again, we don't pretend that we know all of the answers, but we are going to walk step by step together and figuring this out together as well. One point, last point before I close, we are also working on the initiative of carbon market. Ministry of Environment working very closely with us in designing this regulatory framework for carbon market. Especially, we are talking about compliance versus voluntary carbon market. And by the end of the year, hopefully we are going to be able to launch our voluntary carbon market at this bourse, at this exchange. So notice that, again, we don't pretend we know all of the answers, but brick by brick, we build together, and we hopefully, by the time it needs to be completed, we complete, and we can go along with all of our initiatives together, and bringing the economy also transforming itself at the same time, creating more jobs, and securing the country and also globally from the risk of the climate change as the big cost that we are all part of. So thank you very much for all of your hard work and also your participations in many fora, in many initiatives, many projects. And thank you especially for Pak Dadan, as always, as our great partner in the government, and also all of you from the private sector and also from bilateral partners. Our hard work is still going to need to be continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fabrio Cacciaribu, for the keynote speech, making ASEAN an attractive investment destination for energy transition, the role of public finance institutions. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we now continue our discussion on panel 1. And for the participants who are joining virtually, if you have any questions during the discussion, kindly put your question into the Q&A feature. And of course, we will pick some question and ask directly to our distinguished speakers. The topic on this panel 1 is mobilizing public and private financing for sustaining the energy transition towards net zero emission in ASEAN. This section will be led by Mr. Luke Brown, Head of Engagement and Partnership of Climateworks Center. Mr. Luke brings deep expertise in building and fostering strategic relationships across Asia and the Pacific to this role. He is an experienced policy professional specializing in stakeholder engagement, political and economic analysis, and communication and advocacy across cultural contexts. Prior to joining Climateworks, Luke spent 15 years in government, including 12 years at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, completing diplomatic assignments in Indonesia, Samoa, and Fiji. Most recently, Luke ran the public affairs team at Australia's largest embassy in Jakarta. Luke also worked in economic research at the Reserve Bank in renewables investment generation at the Australian Trade Commission in San Francisco. In his earlier career, Luke worked as a software engineer and network administrator with research team at the Australian National University Supercomputing Facility and the Centre of Water Research at the University of Western Australia at a non-profit in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. And with the internet service provider, INET, Luke holds a Bachelor of Science, Computer Science with honors and Bachelor of Commerce, both from Edith Cowan University, a Master of Economics from University of New South Wales. He studied Bahasa Indonesia at the Australian National University and at Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana in Salatiga, Indonesia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Luke Brown to give introductory session and as a moderator in this panel 1. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks everybody. I feel like you probably know me a little bit better than I know myself after that very long and very kind introduction. Bapak Dadang Kusdiana, Director General, Bapak Febrio Kaciribu dari Kementerian Keuangan, Bapak Ibu-Ibu yang terhormat, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih atas kesempatan untuk datang di Indonesia. Saya sejauh, as you heard, saya sudah tinggal di sini dan saya rasa seperti pulang kampung untuk datang ke Jakarta hari ini. Bukan hanya karena itu dingin sekali di Melbourne di musim puasa ini. Okay, as we heard in great detail, I am at the Climateworks Center and we're very glad to be putting on this event today with our colleagues and partners. I wanted to sort of briefly introduce this panel before we invite our speakers up on stage to join me and to explain where they're thinking at in how we remove the roadblocks to the financing our transition. As we know, the IEA and the World Bank and the World Economic Forum and a range of experts have highlighted how there's a considerable gap between the clean energy investment need and the clean energy investment demand. And so really the task we have in front of us today is to find out what practical steps we can take to remove these obstacles, particularly as it comes to the ASEAN region. This panel is quite timely with Indonesia chairing a very successful ASEAN year under the banner of Epicentrum of Growth. If you walk out on the main street of Jakarta, you can see the energy, the dynamism and the growth that's present in this economy and across the economies of ASEAN. And as we know, it's critical to our climate and to our sustainable development goals that industrialization, that rapid development that we see on the streets of most ASEAN capitals at the moment is brought up in a sustainable manner. We heard from Pak Kustiana that there's a range of projects here in Indonesia that are shovel-ready, if you like, ready to go, ready for investment. And we heard from Pak Kacaribu just how sophisticated Indonesia's policy frameworks and how ready the Indonesian government is for these projects to go ahead. So the question for us is, what are the obstacles on the journey to financing these projects, and how can we smooth those obstacles and take that journey together probably in a Wuling EV from Indonesia? So without any further ado from me, I'd like to invite my panelists to join me on stage. I think we have 3 virtual and 3 in-person participants. I'd like to start with Eric Nietzsche, who is the Head of Sustainable Investing for Asia at Manulife Investment Management. Eric's with us here in person. If you could give him a round of applause. Okay, and I've been instructed that I am to interrogate my participants one by one. So if you'll just give me a moment, I will find my questions that I have for you, Eric. Maybe you got the microphone ready. Here we go. So, Eric, we've heard a lot this morning about the energy transition. I just wondered if you could give us your reflections on the development of the energy transition investment in Southeast Asia as we see it today, and where you see the obstacles that are facing investors who are looking to invest in ASEAN. And perhaps if you could just run us through some of the sort of topical issues that you're focused on at the moment, and that private investors that you speak to are discussing.
Great, and I think there's a lot there, but I think I'll just start by saying I think it's the most exciting kind of topic in sustainable finance in the region. And I think that's partly because I think it's one of the most important. I think the last few years have seen a lot of momentum on green investment and investing in low carbon infrastructure, but it's really important that we also address the transition of high emitting assets. And I think we're really just starting to develop kind of ways of thinking about that and financing mechanisms to address that. So I'm sure we'll get into that later. But in terms of what investors need, and I think some of the challenges towards executing on that financing, one of the first ones is a really clear plan and really clear pathways. So I think a lot of international investors have made commitments to net zero and have signed up to different organizations that require us to report on how we're fulfilling those commitments. And a lot of those requirements focus specifically on coal financing and how we're working towards transitioning away from fossil fuels. So a lot of those scenarios look at different coal phase-out deadlines and timelines. And so I think what we need as investors in order to show how we're fulfilling those commitments is really clear plans and targets from companies on how they're aligning with those same scenarios. And then once we get that, we can invest in the transition finance to unlock it. And so I think there's still kind of clarity that's coalescing around that, but that I think is really one of the keys.
Fantastic. And your organization is part of the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change, which is one of the partner groups that's helping us bring this event together today. Can you reflect a little on sort of how that group is helping Manulife to navigate this, and if you can give us a sense of sort of how that's guiding your decisions?
Yeah, I think the AIGCC is a fantastic group. Within the kind of focus of transition finance, within that, we are a part of the Asia Utilities Engagement Program. So co-leading the group of investors that are trying to work with PLN to have these conversations and to really try and be clear about what we need and what they need and how we can meet and deliver on those together. And then we also chair the newly formed Energy Transition Working Group, which is trying to look into and establish more of these financing mechanisms. So first, looking at the guidelines. So we've worked with GFANZ, who we'll hear from also, on some of those guidelines, and also trying to develop a market for transition finance, because there's really kind of robust and growing markets for green finance, but we still need to develop transition finance markets. So I think those are the two kind of channels where the AIGCC has been really helpful.
Fantastic, and thank you for preempting my segue. That is a great opportunity to bring in Randy Christiansen, who I understand we have online. Randy is the JETP policy lead for the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, better known as GFANZ. And Randy's probably going to pop up behind me somewhere, I imagine. Randy, welcome. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I just wondered if we could touch a little on the role of GFANZ. We know that it has a really pivotal role, and I say that not just because my CEO is on the board, but GFANZ has a really pivotal role in securing and mobilising private finance for the clean energy transition. I wondered if you could just give us a sense of what you see are the typical enabling policies that attract private capital to support the limited public finance that's available to support the transition.
Yes, of course. Firstly, I want to say thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really sorry I couldn't travel. I'm in the middle of moving countries, and that is absolutely chaotic, and then you need to stay, for visa issues, but I hope to be with you on ground soon. So I think in terms of mobilizing the private investment, we heard from several participants that the financing challenge that we have for energy transitions in ASEAN and Indonesia is quite great. And I think it's important to acknowledge that while public finance is being mobilized at scale from various donors, the gap to the 29 trillion, which was mentioned, is probably going to be filled by private investors, because that finance isn't finite in the same way. But in order to be able to mobilize this, I think it's really important to think about the use of catalytic public finance. So understanding when blended finance can come in and support private finance to come in, so to speak, crowding in private finance. And when, honestly, some projects can be financed completely by private sector, and the public financing can be used better elsewhere. I think that's one of the things that in the JETPs we're working really hard on. And it's not easy, because it's kind of a macro versus micro assessment, because if we're trying to solve for an individual project's financing costs, then having a high degree of concessional finance will lower the cost of that individual project. That is kind of just how concessional finance works. But if we're trying to solve for the overall lowest cost of the energy transitions, then maybe a specific project needs to accept a little bit of a higher financing cost, because it's the cheapest way to crowd in private finance. So understanding mechanisms on how to kind of make that assessment is going to be critical to mobilizing the needed amounts of private finance. Then I also think it's really, really important, just to echo what was just said, that the project pipeline simply needs to be there. Across ASEAN, we're seeing a lot of great ambitions and political targets. In some cases, though, we're also seeing the fact that the power development plans in the specific countries don't align with these targets. So what are the private investors? What signals should the private investors take? The high-level political targets or the very kind of actionable, implementable power development plans? That can create a little bit of unclarity. And making sure that policies are followed up with very specific implementing regulation is going to be incredibly critical to mobilize private finance. This is something I can speak about at length, but I also kind of want to have the discussion because I think that's where the magic is. So I'm gonna just cap it there at the moment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Eric, Randy, I'm being told now that all of our guests have joined online and in person. So I might just go ahead and introduce the rest of the group joining us today, and then we'll head back to the one-on-one interrogations. So in addition to Eric and Randy, we have Hui Shen, who is the Associate Program Officer, Project Financing and Technical Support at IRID, the International Renewable Energy Agency. And Hui is joining us virtually.
Thank you very much.
No one can escape the welcome sounds. Welcome. I'll keep moving through the introductions quickly, and then I'll come back to you for some questions. So we also have Sylvie Gani, who I understand may be with us, or maybe replaced. Oh yes, Sylvie's joining us in person. Fantastic. Sylvie's Director of Financing Investment at PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure, SMI, here in Indonesia. Welcome. Okay, fantastic. And we also have Ayato Kurokawa, who's the Southeast Asia Energy Division, who's at the Southeast Asia Energy Division at the Asian Development Bank, joining us online. Welcome, Ayato. And we also have Iwan Adisaputra, who I think is here in the room. Fantastic. Who's a brokerage lead at Mentari, the UK-Indonesia Low Carbon Energy Partnership. Adisaputra. Oh, those horns are coming back. Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here today. It's great to have everyone on stage and online. As promised, we'll move through to Hui Chen, who's joining us from IRID. And we'll just give you a moment to pop up on the screen. And as I do so, I'm assuming you can hear me, so I'll just give you my sort of first prompt question, which is just to talk through your report from IRID on how to unlock renewable investment. In 2016, you said a bunch of obstacles were in place for financing the transition, which are still very much relevant today. And I just wondered if you could touch on some of those key points and how you think those findings have changed in the almost decade since. And then maybe if you could run us through some of the work that IRID is doing to overcome those obstacles.
Yeah, thank you so much, Luke. It was my great honor to join today's panel discussion. It's a very critical topic about financing, especially in renewable energy field. And IRID has been advancing a lot on strategies in this field. So among this report, the 5 main action areas where policymakers and relevant financial institutions can address risks and barriers for renewable energy projects So I can mention the 5 of them and maybe relevant them with a few initiatives we are having now. So the first one is advanced renewable energy projects from initiation to full investment maturity. Actually, from 2019, we have been creating this new division called Project Facilitation and Support Division, which also means upon all the calling from member countries, our attention has been shifting to really pushing these projects into the, put them on the ground into more investment maturity, reaching the stage of bankability. That has been our mandate and mission. And the second one is like engaging local financing institutions in renewable energy finance. This is also has been our working like key areas because without the local financing institutions, we cannot really, because improving the access to affordable finance catalyzes this investment. So local financial institutions are at the forefront of this capital provision, often with established local networks and also, of course, know-hows. And even after identifying and attractive project pipelines, they may lack ability to transform the long tenures or to suit investment horizons required by the projects. So that's why, accompanied by the technical assistance on landing by this kind of the structures can improve this availability of financing for developers at the local stage. So this is also very critical. And the third is mitigate risks to attract private investors. And so the policymakers and their financial institutions say we should always like systematically use the existing risk mitigation instruments to address the renewable energy risks and barriers, thereby attracting private investments. So there are a few like suggesting actions, improving like information, raising the campaigns. That's always the key areas we have been doing to really reduce this kind of risks in the renewable energy projects. And so the fourth is mobilizing more capital market investments. And it has also been very critical in these areas to really further incentivize renewable energy projects financing and really processing these kind of like the terms of reference, documentations and payments. This all need to be standardized so that the process can be more suitable and more attractive for the private investors to come into the market as well. The last but not least is the credit facilities that is dedicated to scaling up renewable energy investments. The actors need to really mobilize this kind of capitals required to dedicated financing facilities to risk mitigations and instruments and to really support design and implementation of the structured finance mechanisms as well. So all these 5 pillars are quite critical even back in that time, and it has always been raised up until at this stage until now. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for taking us through that. I wondered if I could turn to one of our panelists here in the room, Ibu Sylvie. I wondered if you had any sort of general observations before we get into the discussion, just about the role of public financial institutions such as yours in the energy transition here in Indonesia.
Okay, so thank you, Luke. So it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As a public financial institution, I think SMI has a unique position and unique place to connect public, in this case government, with the private, in this case. So we also could supporting government program or project and in carrying the mandate to be the catalyst for the development in Indonesia. So our role in carry out the mandate is actually first, we become the ecosystem enabler. So to be the enabler, we, SMI work with the public, in this case government and private, to make the investment environment conducive for the investors. That's the first role. And we also helping to identify what are the government support in the project that can make the project more attractive. So as part of Enabler, we also provide the capacity building for any party who's actually involved in the energy transition or clean energy transition project, so that they can meet the standard required by the lenders or by the investors. That's the first as enabler. Second, that SMA also create financing and investment product that can attract more commercial banks and other financial institutions to come in. So it's a crowding effect. And the third, I think it's not the last, but it's not the least, SMI as a Indonesia public financial institution also catalyzing the clean energy transition through the blended finance. So we work we have a platform called the SDG Indonesia One as a blended finance platform. We work with all the partners that we have, DFI, MDB, philanthropies, to create the blended finance for any infrastructure project, including energy transition. So.
Fantastic, thank you. And that's a really great point to bring in one of those blended finance partners from the ADB. Ayado, could I ask you, just with the establishment of the JETP, which we know is a really important step for Indonesia and for Vietnam and for a number of countries, I just wondered if you could give us a sense of where you see that process, where the process is up to at the moment in Indonesia, and any other updates around sort of the energy transition that you're seeing from that multilateral perspective.
Sure. Thank you, Luke, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. So thanks for the question. So as some of you may know, and as Pak Febrio also mentioned, ADB is initiating this energy transition mechanism, or the ETM as we call it. And it's basically a financial mechanism that uses concessional and commercial capital from both private and public sources. And the purpose is twofold. And one, first is to retire early or repurpose coal-fired power plants. And the second objective is to expand investments in clean energy, grid, and energy storage. Now, I guess in one word, to say where we are at, we are moving from concept to implementation, or from talking to action. And I guess the mere fact that me, based in the Manila headquarters of the ADB, is attending today's event, I think is just just shows that we're moving from talk to action, because my colleague, who is based in Jakarta, who were originally tapped to join this event, could not join because they are in a midst of this very important negotiation with some of our stakeholders in an actual project. So I think you can see from that fact as well that things are actually really moving. To give a bit of a background, the energy transition mechanism that ADB is initiating, we started in 2021 at the COP in Glasgow, and we launched together with Indonesia and the Philippines. As I mentioned, the ETM combines concessional capital and commercial capital, and Germany and Japan has kindly contributed together 60 million plus in grant, which we will use for the ETM activities. And in 2022, last year, a lot of the activities happened in Indonesia. So I think many of the things that I think you're already aware of, including the establishment, the launch of the ETM country platform, and also the transaction on Chairborne, the approval of the concessional funding from climate investment funds Accelerated Coal Transition Program, the CIF-ACT, both of which Fabio also mentioned. We're also supporting the JETP, which maybe I can elaborate a little bit more later. And ADB is also working with the Indonesian government on some of the policy-related matters as well. So a lot of things happened in Indonesia in 2022. We are making sure to follow through on them. We're working very hard to really close the Cirebon transactions. But we're also expanding to other markets, and mainly to the Philippines and also to Vietnam. So Philippines is a completely different market from Indonesia, where the power generation is predominantly dominated by the private sector. So we try to work with a lot of the private sector generators there, and we are assisting the government and the private sector IPPs to develop an investment plan for the CIF-ACT. And we're trying to aim that towards the end of this year. For Vietnam, the Power Development Plan number 8 was recently approved, and I think that really gave a momentum on energy transition. And we are also aiming to start the feasibility study on the energy transition mechanism, hopefully towards the end of this year or maybe early next year. So yeah, maybe I'll pause here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for bringing us through that. Pak Iwan, lucky last on our panel. Thank you for your patience and thank you for being here in person with us today. I wonder if you could give a perspective from here in Indonesia on the work that Mentari is doing on catalyzing public and private investment in these renewable projects in Indonesia. And perhaps if you could sort of talk us through how you see that role in supporting the existing government platforms and vehicles that we've been hearing about earlier today.
All right. Thank you, Luke, for the question. So let me explain a bit about the Mentari program. It's a bilateral program between the UK government and Indonesian government. So the objective is to make the low carbon energy investment in Indonesia can be applied because we see in the brokerage particularly there is a gap between the readiness of the projects. We are talking about the RE projects here, and the readiness of the investor who would like to invest either as equity partners or the lenders. So under the brokerage, we provide sort of like several TAs in order to fill the gaps. Number one is to upgrade some of the studies that mostly the developers that we are aiming is small to medium enterprises. And we feel that the quality of the proposal, the quality of the document is not that good in the sense of not accepted by the financial institution. So we would like to upgrade that and then make more bankable of the projects. And then the TA that we will provide depends on the needs of the developers. Some of them need a full feasibility studies. Some of them need some sort of like a part of, say, maybe the grid connection studies in order to make them move forward to the next steps. Means that if there's an IPP scheme with PLN, particularly, they can end up with signing the PPA. So on the other hand, that on the investment point of view, we feel also the spirit of the investors, both lenders and equity partners, including the overseas, is there actually. But they are having difficulties in getting or finding the right partners on the project because, as I mentioned, there is a gap between expectation from the financial institution and the readiness of the projects from the developer's point of view. So in that sense, we would like to narrow the gap by meeting in the middle point. And at the end, brokerage in the Mentari also we will provide a matchmaking type so they can make deals at the end of the day, so the project can be, implement as planned and also can contribute in the Indonesian low carbon energy program.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, we've heard a range of perspectives from a very broad and very experienced panel. I know I've got questions, but I'd really like to throw it out to our audience with us here today in person, but also the large audience we have online. Does anyone have a question to kick us off in discussion? Would anyone like to ask a specific panelist a specific question, or are you content to leave it all to me? I think I see a hand. Okay. Do we have one online? Not yet. Okay, all right. I'm going to give you all a minute to think about it and think through what you'd like to ask, and I'm going to kick off. I'm going to start here with Randy, I think, who's joining us in the midst of an international relocation, and I can say how much I sympathise with that position. I think we probably all can. To varying degrees. I just thought we've heard through a lot today about the JETP in Indonesia. I know at the Climateworks Centre we've been thinking a lot about sort of what is it that makes a successful JETP. But I think maybe I'll flip that question and ask you, what do you think people in your orbits, so I'm going to ask the whole panel this question. So in GFANZ, what are you hearing from people about the questions they have about the JETP, specifically in Indonesia, and what sort of reflections do you have on what will need to happen for that to be a success?
Thank you so much. That's a big question, to be fair, but I will give you my perspective. So I think the Indonesian JETP is doing a really important piece of work on creating the comprehensive investment and policy plan, which should be guiding how we allocate the money between public and private under the JETP, and hopefully will also help, as I said, make the public money more catalytic to the private sector. I think, to be honest, I think there's some questions still regarding this crowding in effect, because, for example, one of the big priorities under the JETP is the de-dieselization program, and these projects are going to be solar and battery in quite vulnerable areas, and there's obviously this part about just transition. So how do you balance the fact that the private sector is actually saying we're ready to just finance this, with the fact that you might need to still lower the transaction costs because these projects come in vulnerable communities, or because some of the sites can be quite challenging. So figuring out kind of a good process to determining when you use the public funding is going to be key, as I see it. Then also, if you look at the word just, I think making sure that the local finance sector is included and crowded in is going to be really important. And in GFANZ, for example, one of the things that we are really focused on is making sure that the financial sector has transition planning. And transition planning here doesn't just mean divesting from fossil fuels. It means making sure you have a credible plan as to how your portfolios long-term are going to be net zero. So, for example, if some of the international banks we work with say, well, we're not going to finance anything related to fossil fuels, including coal phase-out, then you might have a situation where these portfolios move to other financial institutions that don't have that commitment, that actually doesn't end up materializing to real economic emissions reductions. So on an ASEAN scale, one thing that I would love to see being worked on is a framework for transition planning for the finance industry, because this would standardize across both international and domestic financing, and also reveal some of the areas where we need to make sure to work together, because I simply don't believe that this challenge is possible in Southeast Asia to bridge if we're not really careful about making sure that the sustainability aspect, both in our project development, but also in the local industry, being it financial industry or others catches up. So I think kind of that's really high level. If I'm going to mention one thing that I'm going to be really specific about, it's the coal phase out. It's something that is near and dear to my heart. I agree that early retirement is absolutely needed. We can see it in all the plans coming from IRINA, the IEA, World Bank, ADB, and so on. I don't think that's a question. What I personally am really, really passionate about is what happens to that asset in the meantime. Again, this comes back to sustainability. I want to make sure that we set up all of Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, to a place where we're learning by doing while we're moving towards the phase out of these assets. That means making sure that the PPAs are flexible and the operations are flexible so that you slowly integrate more renewables. This has been kind of a proven pathway in other parts of the world, and I don't think that Southeast Asia or Indonesia should be cheated out of this. And I personally really think that means that we have to have a really good conversation across the board between system operators, developers, and banks to be able to make sure that everybody understands this. Because I know I'm kind of representing the financial institutions, but I'm also a big advocate of the fact that the financial institutions need to see this as more than like money flows. This is real economy. This is a sector of vital importance for the countries we're talking about. We cannot, under any circumstances, jeopardize energy security, and part of structuring the financial products in the right way will support that target. So that's just something like you'll hear me beating the drum about massively, because I'm so passionate about this bit of like the transition PPAs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a really interesting perspective, and I think it really cuts to the heart of how challenging it would be to be working in a private financial institution as say their head of sustainable investing. So, Eric, two questions. One, are you okay? And two, how would you sort of respond to those last 2 points in particular that Randy raised?
So I'll take the first question first. Yes, and I think there's, you know, we're very busy, I think, as demonstrated by everything that's being talked about on the panel. But, you know, I think there's a lot to be excited about. So the 2 points, I can respond to the flexible PPAs and the kind of blending of green and brown, but what's the other one that you had in mind?
I think there was sort of three main things that Randy said. That the thing that really jumped out to me was just the role of private finance in supporting the transition, but also in sort of characterized in a better way than I'm going to do now, but just sort of in approaching the sustainability challenge from a long-term sort of investor and a multiple sort of value stream.
So let me take the transition first, and then I'll talk about the specifics in Indonesia. In terms of how investors are approaching transition, I think we need to develop more transition finance markets. And what I mean by that, especially for public markets investors, and this is where the crowding in comes into place, is basically use of proceeds, green bond type structures, or sustainability linked to KPI type structures that are specifically financing transition activities. Because that part of sustainable finance markets is still quite small and it needs to scale substantially. And so we've made all these commitments to net zero, but and net zero really comes from the idea of a 1.5 degree pathway. But the way I think a lot of investors are thinking about transition, or need to be thinking about transition, is there's an element of green finance to that. There's also an element of transition finance that needs to be developed, because we know that the existing coal assets will use up 2/3 of the 1.5 degree target. And if we look at all of the existing fossil fuel assets and their remaining life, it'll use up 2/3 of the 2 degree target. So it's not sufficient to only invest in the renewables. The existing fossil fuel infrastructure also needs to be addressed, transitioned, and retired. And so in the context of that, in Indonesia, I think there's this, you know, within the JETP at least. So there's different estimates of the cost of doing that across Indonesia's energy system. But if we just take the JETP part of it, I think the real opportunity is to get the 10 billion of public finance to catalyze the 10 billion plus of private finance. And the big thing that I'm seeing in that space that I kind of mentioned earlier is the credibility, that investors really need the credibility to do that. That credibility comes from those short, medium, and long-term targets that are aligned with those scenarios. There are different scenarios that are being run, but they typically don't demonstrate a 1.5 degree pathway. And so I think we don't need to have all of the solutions, or we don't need to identify all of the financing, but first we have to agree on what that pathway looks like. So if we could get all of the financing that we wish we could, how would we spend it towards a 1.5 degree pathway, net zero by 2050, coal phase out by 2040? I recognize how difficult that sounds for Indonesia, but even if we preface it as being unlikely, we need to agree on what that scenario looks like.
So really it's the critical role of the credible transition plan. Sylvia, I wondered if you had a sort of a perspective on any of that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
So sure, I just wanted to bring you into the discussion. I can give you a specific if you like, but I think Eric was talking a lot about the need to sort of decommission as we build the new infrastructure. And in your role, I wonder if you have any perspectives on sort of the possibility of that in Indonesia and the kinds of obstacles that would be faced in that immense challenge. Okay,
so yes, this is something that we are currently working on as the country platform manager for the energy transition. This is something that we are currently working on. So if you may be aware that the ETM Indonesia has two big activities. One is the carbon reduction through the coal phase out, and the other one is actually clean energy development. So we are working on both now, so we are busy with both. On the coal phase out, something that we need to bear in mind that we talk about not only the transition, but just transition. So when we carry out this activity, we also need to take seriously and measures the impact of this phase out, not only to the environment, but also to the social and economic, because this asset has been running for years, and there has been a community impacted around that asset. And if we look at more to the supply chain, it might also affect another region as well. So that's currently that we are working on together with the government, particularly on the coal phase out, not only to find the appropriate financing for this coal phase out, but also the impact so that can meet the just transition requirement.
I think that's a really important point. I had a great conversation over lunch with some colleagues about how the just part of just transition in Indonesia really encompasses everything from the owner and the workers right down to the Bapak operating a bubur ayam warung, at the front. The whole process is critical. I just wanted to bring in, leave some space to bring in the other panelists, particularly online. If you had any perspectives, Pak Iwan, if you wanted to sort of jump in on any of that before I pose another specific question. No, okay, I won't put anyone on the spot. And then I'll just give our audience one more opportunity before I start picking people. If anyone had a question for the panel, if there's any ideas that have been piqued that people want to kind of dive into. I do know a lot of you, and I do come from a long line of teachers, so I warn you, I will start picking people. Nobody? Okay. Okay. Fantastic. All right, so I think we'll go back to Hui from IRINA. We've covered a lot of issues sort of specific to ASEAN and to Indonesia, of course, because we're here in Jakarta. I wondered if you had any perspectives on your work sort of at a more international level, or if you have any sort of lessons for us on this issue of particularly phase out and sort of supporting investment in the broad.
Thank you so much, Luke. And I thank all the panelists. I think it's all very interesting, like financial tools, instruments you guys are providing. So as IRINA, we are intergovernmental organization. So I would like to mention the work I'm working on currently. There are two platforms, one is a climate investment platform. It was first initiated in 2019. And the key I want to emphasize here is about partnership. Because international partnership, because it's for our renewable energy projects, we may need someone providing development finance, concessional loans, or someone may providing grants for development phase, and even some partners they may providing equity, and some may be the loan providers. So in order to really scale up all these investments, not only globally, especially also ASEAN countries, I think creating such kind of enabling platforms and multi-stakeholder climate financing platforms, which some you already see in the current market, it's very critical. And the two platforms, the first one is Climate Investment Platform. It was first created in 2019 and it was managed until now, we are currently have 400 renewable energy projects on the platform. And among these 400, we selected 52 projects in order to provide a first technical support or various kind of support. And now currently we have 3 projects already reaching the financial closure stage, one in Africa and actually 2 are in ASEAN countries. And by last year, together with the G20 presidency, we hosted the Bali investment platforms in Bali. And among that platforms, we were able to invited around more than 10 project developers, presented 10 renewable energy projects. And actually 2 of them later, after the matchmaking phases, they have a few other further discussions. And one project is 3 megawatt biogas projects in Indonesia. Another one is 29.9 megawatt projects in Malaysia. It's the solar projects. And some of the Indonesia one was finally get financed by the PCA bank locally. So the key point I want to say here is that by all this kind of multi-stakeholder partnership support and also platforms, we can really pushing all these projects because it's not lacking of climate finance. It's really lacking of very ready, investment-ready projects, especially in these developing emerging economies. And in addition to the climate investment platforms, which we are supporting various range of projects from kilowatt and to even 20 or 50 megawatt. And I also like to mention another very critical platform, IRINA, we are currently managing. It's called ETAF. It's Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform. And that platform, it's slightly different from CIP, but with similar also we are managing by the teams. And this ETAF is a multi-stakeholder climate finance solutions, also to advance the global energy transition focus on developing countries. And the very different part is that ETAF have its core partners. So the core partners, for example, we have the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, who is providing concessional loans. So they, first I have to mention, IRINA is not a bank. So we are only just providing these platforms. So for example, ADFD, they soft pledged $400 million US. And after that, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank's headquarters in Beijing, they also put soft pledge 300 million into this platform. And also after that, Mazda Institute, which is one of the very big IPP in the world, also put soft pledge 200 million into this platform. And for example, Swiss Re is committing kind of de-risking products. And actually just recently, so during the last COP, we first launched the call for projects, and we already received 25 projects. And just recently, another good news is that the OPEC fund, they just soft pledged also $250 million US, and also some other technical assistance grants into this ETAF platforms. And both platforms are open to all the member states of IRINA. We have 168 member states. So welcoming any private or public project developers here who want to get their projects to be financed or being matchmade with financiers. That's what we're trying to provide all our efforts to do. So I'm very happy to mention this because this is also multi-stakeholder partnerships involving, you can see the concessional development agencies and also some IPPs and also some different risk mitigation providers. And also, I think only by grouping all different stakeholders, because there are all kinds of risks concerning with these renewable energy projects. Only various stakeholders take on the risk part and the return parts they are willing to take and can really helping the renewable energy projects reaching the financial closure. So that's the two platforms I think is very critical and relevant. And even another point I want to mention is that private finance is very critical. If you see the 400 projects on IRENA's CIP platform, actually over 70% is from private sectors. So not only the public sectors needs to play a very critical role in this renewable deployment, but also the private financing, how we can create enabling framework and attract the environment for these private projects also to come in to be part of that and to really being supported and reaching the financial closures. It's very also added value for the whole improvement pushing of the renewable energy world. Yeah, so that's all from my side. Thank you, Luke.
When we're also trying to solve for a climate goal?
Well, since the beginning, we are talking about the blended finance, right? So many people has a different terminology about what blended finance is, right? So in our opinion, blended finance is a pool of funds that can be reduced the risk. That is one of the key that we think in Mentari we have a program that what we call it viability gap funds that maybe that can reduce the risk from both the sponsors as well as the lenders. Because we feel that during the first 2 years when the program of Mentari started, we found so many projects renewable, maybe not that big size, have a very good economic benefits, either to the regional development and or maybe for the electricity supply. But most of them is not financeable, it's not bankable. That's why we have a program that we call it investment grant to fill the gaps in order to improve the profitability by having a higher IRR. And at the same time, we also would like to work with the financial institution, in this case with PTSMI at the first project. We would like to combine our grant. Our grant is not that big, but at least can reduce the risk and improve the IRR, as well as from a banking point of view is the debt service coverage ratio. So by having that, the project will get the benefit, means that they get finance, and for the sponsor, they get higher profitability. And of course, it can contribute to the RE mix of RE, and also can contribute to the regional development. So by having that, I think that is very unique things, because what we would like to introduce is that kind of blended finance, not in terms of only profitability, but has to be additionality of the program or the project itself. That might be the answer.
Yep, thank you. That's a great answer. Just one other aspect to that question is around this ESG frameworks and whether we already have the tools or the frameworks to sort of give investors certainty. Eric, you picked up a microphone. I wonder if sort of anyone on the panel, but I'd be specifically interested in your perspectives coming from that direct private lens.
Well, I thought that was a great question, asking about net zero as an investment framework. And I think net zero by 2050, the question is, well, why? You know, why not 2060? Why not 2040? And that comes back to the science around a 1.5 degree scenario. A 1.5 degree scenario is going to save everyone a lot of cost. And so in terms of developing an investment framework around that, or an economic scenario around that, I think a lot of people look to the IEA and the IEA's net zero scenario, and they have 400 milestones that they've laid out for different sectors. You can then create an investment framework on the back of that for how are you going to invest to align to hit those milestones. And you know, I think what that means for us is we're ultimately an asset manager. So we help asset owners and end investors and clients meet their goals, and it's very interesting where they're giving us different mandates, where in the past they would say invest on, you know, for the best risk-adjusted return, and now they'll say we want you to invest for the best risk-adjusted return, but we want you to do it with a longer-term focus that also balances this net zero investment framework. And that's really interesting, but the reason that they're doing that is because in the long term, it's going to save the global economy and Indonesia so much cost, and it also presents one of, you know, arguably the greatest investment opportunity of our time. So I think, you know, for Indonesia, the real opportunity when we look at all of the companies in our portfolio under that investment framework is the global kind of multinational corporations that are also bringing business and jobs and skills into Indonesia are also kind of aligning with these frameworks, and they're also looking, you know, making commitments about their renewable energy sourcing, and they really need Indonesia to kind of provide that, to bring in those jobs and the upskilling and the economic growth that really needs to happen.
Fantastic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could give the panel, our excellent and very, very experienced panel that we've been able to bring together today, a round of applause. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luke Brown and all the distinguished speakers. Please remain on stage because we would like to take this opportunity for group photo alongside with speakers who join with us virtually. Three, 2, 1, cheese. 3, 2, salam jempol. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much to the chairperson and all speakers for the panel 1 discussion. Please return to your seat. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, we will have a 5-minute break before the second panel session starts. The snack will be delivered to your table. Now the time is 3:39 p.m. So the second panel will be start shortly at 3:44 p.m. Thank you. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, kindly back to your seats because the second panel will be comments shortly. Once again, to distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, kindly back to your seat because the second panel will be comments shortly. To all distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, kindly return to your seat because the second panel will commence shortly. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, now for the next 90 minutes, we will have our discussion on second panel. And the topic is about ensuring a full package of energy transition financing in the Southeast Asia region. This session will be moderated by Mr. Richard Bridle, Senior Policy Advisor, International Institute for Sustainable Development. As a Senior Policy Advisor, Richard Bridle supports IISD's Geneva-based global subsidies initiative. His research interests include efficient design of renewable energy support policies, green industrial policy, and energy subsidies. Richard has a background in the renewable energy industry with experience in policy analysis, project management, development, and procurement. He has played key roles in the successful realization of a number of large-scale renewable energy projects and has participated in national and international fora on renewable energy policy. Kindly be invited to the stage, Mr. Richard Bridle, to also give the introductory session, and the time is yours.
Is this on? Thank you very much, and it's my very great pleasure to moderate the second panel of the afternoon. In the first panel, we talked a lot about the financing needs for the energy transition, and in this second panel, we're going to focus on ensuring that there's a full package of energy transition financing. And what we mean by that is that it's very clear that project finance will play a key role in the investment needed for the energy transition. However, there are many non-project costs related to the transition that cannot simply be covered through project financing of energy generation and infrastructure. So to fully finance the energy transition means going beyond project finance, and to address all kinds of national and local socio-economic challenges associated with the energy transition. For example, in coal-producing regions, transition may require retraining, people may relocate, and gender roles within households may even change as households respond to shifts in the labour markets in their regions. So how can governments and investors support this transition? In this session, we will explore the need for the broader energy transition financing, and we'll be asking if we can identify, quantify, and find ways to finance the non-project costs and social impacts of transition. And we're very fortunate today to have a very distinguished panel. What I'm going to do now is just introduce the panelists, and as I introduce them, if they could join me on stage if they're in the room. And if not, then they'll join us virtually. Such are the times we live in. So first of all, Eju Park Mink, Senior Advisor on Financial Institutions Southeast Asia of Financial Futures Center, FFA. So Iju Park Mink is a senior advisor on financial institutions in the Financial Futures Center. She's a chief advisor and head of sustainable finance at Banco de Oro, BDO, in Manila, where she's been since 2012. She's worked in the financial sector for more than 25 years as a financial analyst, professor of finance, and green finance specialist. So she oversees BDO's 10.6 billion sustainable finance portfolio, which includes 58 renewable energy projects. She also led the issuance of the Green Bond, the Sustainability Bond, and the Blue Bond, the first innovative leveraged financial instruments from BDO. Ms. Park Mink holds an MSc in Green Energy and Climate Finance from the Berlin School of Economics and Law, Berlin, and an MBA in International Business and Finance from George Washington University, and a BA in Linguistics from Seoul National University. She's a certified green finance specialist and trainer for the Renewable Energy Academy. So, Yunju, please join me on stage. Oh, she's there. Fantastic. Welcome. I'll continue the introductions for the other panelists, so we're all here. So the next panelist I have the great pleasure of introducing, who I believe is in the room, is Fabi Tumira, who is very well known to many of you, I imagine. Fabi is an energy transition strategist and the executive director of the Institute for Essential Services Reform. An Indonesia think tank specializing in energy policy and the environment. IESR advocates for low-carbon energy transition in Indonesia. Fabi has been working on energy policy and regulation for more than 20 years, as well as being a practitioner of renewable energy. He advises many Indonesian government agencies, businesses, non-government and multilateral development organizations in electricity regulation, renewable energy, energy efficiency policy and regulation, and climate change policy. From 2006 to 2017, he was a member of Indonesia's negotiators on climate change. Fabi Tumira is one of the founders of the Indonesia Solar Energy Association in 2016, serving as vice chair and then as the chair since 2021. By 2021, Fabi was appointed as a member of the Sustainable Advisory Council of Gojek, Indonesia, and serves as an advisory board member of the Indonesia Energy Transition Partnership, ETP. So I'd like everyone to please welcome Fabi. Next up, I'd like to welcome to the panel, joining us online, Noti Tonian. Noti Tonian is currently the executive director of the Vietnam Initiative for Energy Transition, the VIET. She has more than 20 years of experience working, and her professional activities focus on energy and environmental economics, energy modeling, energy policy, and assessment of low-carbon energy technologies. She used to be an independent policy expert implementing national technical assistant activities sponsored by the World Bank, the EU, UNDP, UNIDO, ADB, and the Vietnam Ministry of Industry and Trade, including the development of renewable energy mapping exercises for wind, solar, hydropower, and biomass. She has also done research or published research on energy subsidies, electricity pricing, policy recommendations for Vietnam offshore wind development, and designing of auction mechanisms for renewable energy projects and coal abatement scenarios for Vietnam. So please welcome Noti To Nien. Welcome, and we'll join you in a minute. So I'm very glad you've joined us. So our fourth panelist is Veronica Menzibal-Joffre, the Senior Gender and Social Development Specialist from the Asian Development Bank, ADB. Veronica leads ADB's gender program in Southeast Asia and has previously worked in the People's Republic of China and Mongolia. She manages regional and country-level technical assistance on gender equality and social inclusion and works with loan processing teams ensuring that gender equality is an integral part of ADB operations. Veronica has authored various publications on gender and labor force dynamics in East Asia, gender and the energy transition, and gender-based violence in Mongolia. She's also written on the impact of economic crises on vulnerable populations in Southeast Asia. Veronica has a master's degree in public policy and management from the University of London, United Kingdom, and a master's degree in the management of agricultural knowledge systems from Wagnerian University in the Netherlands. So please welcome Veronica Menzibal-Joffre. Thank you. Welcome, Veronica. And our final panelist, who will be joining us in person, but I understand is delayed at the moment, is Dr. Zulfikar Yunandi. And he works in energy modeling and policy planning. He's the manager for the ASEAN Center for Energy, ACE. So Dr. Zulfikar Yunandi is Senior Officer of Sustainable Energy, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency for ACE. He's also a Senior Research Analyst of ASEAN Climate Change and Energy Project. In those roles, Zulfikar conducts research and cooperation activities in the field of renewable energy, energy efficiency and climate change. These include the development of thematic publications and popular articles, as well as the development of management of collaborative activities. He holds a doctoral degree from the Department of Energy Studies, AU University. Prior to working at ACE, he was a researcher at the Green Technology Center in Korea, focusing on green technology cooperation with partner countries, such as waste to energy, climate-smart agriculture, water monitoring systems, and AI-based disaster response in Indonesia and Bhutan. Prior to that, he was postdoctoral researcher and lecturer at AIGCC University, working in energy modeling, focusing on application of energy technologies and policies under the view of the comprehensive energy system. So, with all of those introductions of our very distinguished panel behind us, we can now move on to the discussions. And how we're going to conduct the panel is by first spending a little time getting to know each panelist through a series of questions. And then we'll open questions up to the floor and have some discussion between panelists if we have time. So I invite you to think about any questions you might have while the panelists are speaking, note them down, and be ready to pose the questions when the opportunity arises at the end. And for those of you online, please do submit your questions via the Q&A function, and we will pick the best ones to pose to our panelists. So, with all of those housekeeping announcements out of the way, I'd like to turn to Unju Park Ming. So I see you're online. Very welcome and thank you very much for joining us today. Now, many of us here will know you from your role at BDO. You're now also wearing a hat related to the Financial Futures Center. So where do you see the role of investors in addressing finance beyond coal retirement and renewable generation?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to invite me as a panelist, session 2 for sustainable energy financing and mobilization of energy investment in ASEAN. Okay, I have worked a long time in the private sector commercial bank, and then based on that experience also, I want to contribute to some contributed to the public sector. So I joined the Financial Futures Center, which actually provided some advice on the financial solution to the climate vulnerable countries. Okay, so first question you say, for the investor roles here. So investor or financier, whatever, for the investor role here is to definitely to develop innovative financial structure and financial tools and then financial mechanism. So for energy transition, including sustainable finance and early coal retirement, there is a need of government policy support and support by international organizations. Government and international organization support is very critical for all of the investor and finance in the private sector to create the innovative mechanism for the investor and financier. So regardless of incentive policy or compliance policy from the government, it is really propelling the market. I recently experienced this one in the Philippines, because the Philippines amended Agri-Agra compliance, amended to support the sustainable finance. And grant public sector's concessional loan to create innovative financial tool is helpful for investors and financiers to create the innovative financial instrument, especially by blended finance. Thematic bond, which is like a green or like a blue bond, history is not that long, especially blue bond is really starting. And then green bond history is only 6 years, but the green bond market growth exponentially lasted 6 years. Actually supported by a lot of multi-stakeholders, not only private sector, also public sector, the support, it grows really exponentially. So green bond and the sustainability-linked bond or sustainability-linked loans and transitional bond actually can be initiated together with the government and other international organizations, and also even philanthropic organizations. So those limited capital resources actually can catalyze the private sector to mobilize their capital to accelerate the energy transition. For the sustainable finance, I experienced this one with the Banco de Oro in the Philippines, the largest commercial bank actually. We had a partnership with the International Finance Corporation, which actually we got a lot of technical assistance and then advisory service from them to start all of this actually sustainable finance journey. Okay, so blended finance with those public sector capital can create innovative financial structure such as like impact investment, risk sharing guarantee, and venture debt financing, or financial instruments such as a green or blue transition sustainability linked loan and bond, and financial mechanism such as energy transition mechanism for the early coal retirement. Yeah, so my answer is the investor financial roles is really to find some innovative, some financial tools and structure mechanism to boost all of this energy transition. Hi. Could you hear me? Hello? I cannot hear you actually. There's some technical issue here.
Am I muted on the...
Yeah.
Okay,
now
great. Sorry about that. Yeah, just to follow up. So clearly the role of investors and in terms of development of bonds, developing innovative financial mechanisms, blended finance, and designing impact and risk sharing are very important. I wondered if you'd like to comment further on the the role of the Financial Future Center in developing some of these tools?
Okay. Financial Future Center role is to provide financial solution to climate prosperity plan to climate vulnerable countries called the V20 countries. Financing solution is one of the big hurdles to accelerate those countries to proceed the climate prosperity projects. So we are advising to focus on how to mobilize the private sector to participate to the country's project, or for example, like recommend the role of the ECA. So recently, Financial Futures Center is preparing to recommend to V20 countries on internationally transferred mitigation outcome investment. This is so-called carbon financing. So carbon investment from the developed country to developing countries. So flows comes from the like G7, G20 to V20 countries. And a project will be located in the developing countries. And then finance comes from the developed country. So, and the mitigation outcome is transferring to developing country. So also developing countries pay back return on investment or some repayment by using SDR, special drawing right, to investors of the developed countries. So this is one of the idea stage, but we are recommending to less the burden of the like foreign exchange, like something hedging risk. So carbon financing is one of the financial tool to address, to reduce greenhouse gases, including the carbon emission trading. So a new global deal on carbon finance through an innovative financial structure is necessary to realize net zero for a goal of the Paris Agreement in the near term. So this demands a substantial strengthening of 2030 climate targets of major polluting economies that can be enabled through cross-border cooperation with low-emitting developing economies. So win-win carbon finance on internationally transferred investment outcomes can help meet the global goals and deliver fair share action and provide crucial financial support for ambitious climate action that would not otherwise not be viable. So we are aiming, so Financial Futures Center seek to co-create win-win carbon financing exchanges that can help meet the global goal and deliver fair share action and provide crucial financial support for ambitious climate action, specifically climate prosperity plan projects. So in exchange for return on investment and internationally transferred mitigation outcome, which can be credited to relevant investment. So in addition to bilateral ITMO, between with the G7 and G20, there is an opportunity where, for example, G7 agree for private sectors to be able to undertake a special drawing for net zero through off balance sheet investment in exchange for return on investment and ITMO, internationally transferred mitigation outcomes on a per annum basis, which can be transferred to the G7 or G20 countries where the private sector is domiciled. To implement it, lots of collaboration between developed country and developing countries are required. And of course, policies on carbon financing framework, carbon market mechanism, pricing, and trading system are required to transfer ITMO investment. So this is recent the preparation to recommend to V20 country.
Thank you. That sounds very innovative and groundbreaking. I've got one further follow-up question, which is you've talked a lot about how these bridging investments or these investments can help with economic transformation and the need to develop win-win low carbon investments. What can governments do to prepare for these kind of arrangements, and specifically, what kind of policies do you think are needed, are prerequisites for enabling these investments?
Okay. So this is a lot of work to both sides, developing country and developed country as well. So first of all, what we think is the first important thing is to establish the ITMO's framework. So these frameworks actually can provide all the guidelines. So comprehensive, transparent, the ITMOs, the internationally transferred mitigation outcome, we call ITMO. ITMO's framework are critical for building up the ITMO's investors' confidence to participate to the ITMO market. So without clear ITMO framework, the investors may not participate because it has a lot of cross-border risk here. Political risk, market risk, regulatory risk, on top of the all credit risk. So under 6.2 of Paris Agreement, ITMOs can be transferred between G7 and V20, developing country to developed country. So project will be located in the developing country. As I mentioned, the funds comes from the developed country. So we wanted especially G funds, the G funds or some sustainability, some initiative group, private sector, the investors, they want to participate in this investment. So some of the developed economies such as Japan, Switzerland have some framework. Already I think there is some ITMO transactions, but what I understand is not really what we are aiming to, because there's no additionality there. So this is without that, we can call ITM investment regular, just the climate finance investment can do it. So this ITMO actually requires additionality here. That is also a very important part. So they have a framework that trade carbon credit, but a lot of country in developed country even, they do not have enough framework here. So however, most of the developed and developing countries still require to develop carbon credit framework prior to ITMO's transaction. So lack of ITMO's framework present challenges for ITMO transaction. Moreover, it will take a time to implement it.
Thank you.
So important is a framework. And then second step is like carbon trading, the pricing, standardization, all of other things. That is the next step.
Thank you. So that's very interesting to understand the need for this international framework and also the steps that government can take in terms of developing their own carbon markets too. Now I'd like to move on to our second panelist. And I'm very fortunate to have Fabi Tumiwa on stage. If you can just check your microphone there. Yeah, hopefully that's going to start working. There you go. So, as many of you here will know, IESR has been looking at and reviewing the impact on coal-producing regions of the energy transition. Could you please tell us about what you found and what you understand to be some of the impacts in coal-producing regions of the energy transition? Fabi?
Yeah, thank you. IESR has been doing analysis of the impact we look at the potential impact of coal phase out to coal-producing regions. So we have done this since 2019, and there's a couple of reports that being published. I mean, you can access that through our website. So we look at in the four main coal-producing regions in Indonesia: East Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, and South Sumatra. And East Kalimantan, as you know, produce 40% of Indonesia coal, and South Sumatra produce like 15% of Indonesia coal. So they both all four provinces produce roughly around 85 to 90% of coal of Indonesia coal, mainly for export and like 20% for domestic use, both for electricity generation as well for industries. So there's a couple of findings. It's very, very interesting. I think first that if you look at the economic development, economic growth of all these provinces, right? It's very much related with the boom and bust of coal. So when the coal price is high, and we can actually see that, you see that the economic growth of the province is also quite high. So when the price is low, so does the economic. So it's very bad. We can see that all the economic activities in that province very linked to this, like the real estate activities, the selling of vehicles, right? And a number of workers, outside workers that come to the province also change over time, following that cycle. So we see that there is a risk as Indonesia now, as the government already set the target to phase out coal plants by 2050. I think that's pretty clear. But also, as a number of our coal exporting, importing countries, because we export almost 80% of our coal mainly to India and China, also the number of Southeast Asia, including Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and also to East Asia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan. So we see as those countries has also set the target to reach net zero emissions. So we should anticipate that future coal export to those countries also will be lower. So we try to see that the implication to the revenue for Indonesia from royalty and taxes, as well as revenue for the province. I think in Indonesia we have these mechanisms that producing region also receive share of proceed from the tax and revenue from central government, and also they can have direct revenue from local tax, right? So we see this impact, and it's actually quite fragile, right? Because that's second finding, a very limited options to replace this extractive sector with other sectors, other economic sectors. Very, very limited because the industry is not there, manufacture is not there. So the local economy pretty much rely on the extractive industry, right? So the future seems very, very challenging if there is no preparation or anticipation to that situation. The third that we also learned that the understanding of local authority, local population on this risk is very limited. So I had direct experience when we had a discussion with South Sumatra government, provincial government last year. And when we start talk about this, they're like, amazed with this kind of analysis. And they told to me that, well, you know, Pak Fabi, this year, for the first time, we received the highest revenue from PT Bukit Asam. So Bukit Asam is the state-owned coal enterprise that operate in South Sumatra, and provincial government and this district government receive quite big because they made a lot of money last year as coal price very, very high. Right? So when you start talk about this in the situation where the coal price is very high, no one really care. And even they say, maybe you just tell something is not really true, right? Because we enjoy the largest revenue of since the independence, perhaps, something like that. So the understanding of the future risk of coal phase out, it's not there, and I think this is something that we have to build.
Fascinating. Thank you for your clear 3 points and findings. I think those give us a lot of insight into how some of these regions may be impacted. One area that came to mind that I wanted to ask a bit more about was, you mentioned that the local authority the level of understanding of the energy transition was perhaps limited. And I wonder what you think it would take in order to what kind of investments or what kind of political action is needed to bring the local government agendas on board with the where the national discussion is.
Well, you have to build the capacity, and this is, I think, the agenda that should be initiated by national government, because this kind of the energy transition is national policies, right? And the social economic impact of energy transition should be communicated to local government as well. And I think in our national development plan right now, I think Indonesia is preparing the long-term national development plan, the 20 years, and soon next year, I think, medium-term national development plan. I think we should include that into this plan and provide assistance to specific region to build their capacity, as well as to design the economic transformation. And it has to be top-down. You cannot expect that the local government will just, okay, we will do it, because I think there is a capacity issue, but also like fiscal space to build and finance this kind of program for their own province. There's a limited fiscal space. So I mean, the intervention from national government should be in place.
And just finally and briefly, if possible, can you see any potential pitfalls that the national government needs to pay attention to make the transition successful?
Well, I think the loss of revenue of this province is very, very, I mean, it can happen because this revenue correlated with the coal price, with the commodity price, right? So right now the coal price is pretty high, but maybe in 2024, 2025, it can be very, very low. And we have seen that this boom and bust of commodities price affect the revenue, and in return you can see the spending capacity of local government also decline as revenue also reduce. So that's something that has to anticipate it, because the impact, social economic impact to that particular province and region is quite huge in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's been seen across many coal-producing regions that have phased out, just the loss in all sorts of ways, but particularly on revenue where there's royalty sharing measures in place. So I think they will move on to the next panelist. So, No T No To Nien. I believe you're on the. I can see you're on the screen. Hello, welcome. So to get you started, I'll ask you a question. So you're from working on Vietnam. Vietnam is undergoing an energy transition journey. How is the energy transition viewed in Vietnam?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for inviting me to this remarkable event. Yes, the energy transition in Vietnam was, I would say, it started from 2017 when the government is introduced the feed tariff for the renewable energy like the solar and wind energy, and then we can see the booming of the solar. In the last 3 years, we have around 16 gigawatt of the solar energy was installed, and at least we have almost 7 gigawatt connected to the grid at the farm. And then we also have 4 gigawatt of the wind energy already connected to the grid. It's gonna have more, around like more than 2 gigawatt going to Saudi for the wind energy. So the energy transition in Vietnam is like continuously, and it's happening. And it's also in the right time that we have lack of the electricity due to the delay investment in the coal power plants in Vietnam. Yes, that is very quick overview of the energy transition in Vietnam.
Thank you. And could you just comment on some of the challenges and opportunities that the government of Vietnam and the stakeholders view? So, for example, clearly there's been an enormous effort in terms of deployment of solar, and is that something you consider will continue? And also, what are the challenges of further rolling that out, and together with all the other kinds of energy that may be rolled out, and also from a finance perspective as well? Maybe you could comment on the role of finance in the energy transition in Vietnam.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe you already know that Vietnam have strong committed to the net zero, and at the COP26, then the Prime Minister of Vietnam aimed to achieve the net zero carbon emission by 2050, and last year, in the end of 2023, then Vietnam also participated in the declaration of the ZSP. So that is further underscoring its dedication. So from my point of view, I think to ensure the successful implementation of the net zero in the long term and ZSP commitment in the short term, then the government, Vietnamese government, is establishing the dedicated working group to support and to identify the actionable steps, evaluate the significant and determine the necessary resource mobilization to accelerate the energy transition. So we could see that the short booming of development of the renewable energy it also create up some challenge for the renewable energy in Vietnam and the power sector in general. So we have some part of the time, then we have to curtailment some solar and wind farm in Vietnam, and that also makes the impact to the sustainable of the finance for the renewable energy development in Vietnam, or in other ways accelerate the energy transition. So we think that from our point of view as an independent think tank on the energy transition, then we think the crucial of the establishing the sustainable finance mechanism, it needs to be like explore the potential of the blending financing from various sources, and it is essential to consider the involvement of the public private and financial fee support for the implementation of the ZSP declaration. We also can see that by leveraging this diversity funding stream, then we can maximize the resource available and ensure the robust, comprehensive approach to financing the energy transition. This inclusive strategy will be enabled us to tap into the strengths and capability of a sector. And we think that the crucial of the address the technology transfer, the labor skill enhancement, and domestic supply chain development. This measurement is also support for the energy transition and cost reduction efforts. So we think that these kind of the issue need to be considered to giving the impact for the develop of the finance mechanism for the future development of the energy transition in Vietnam. So we from our side as an independent think tank, then we also do quite a lot of the study on the transition or coal phase down and phase out roadmap for Vietnam. And I fully agree with Fabi that the ZSP or the roadmap for the coal phase down and phase out in the countries like Vietnam need to be talked down. And it's also need to consider the negative impact on the workers in the fossil fuel industries as we phase down and phase out. Then we also can see the reduce of the workload, reduce of the income for the pupil. So that need to be considered and also have a better decision made so that we can align with the socio-economic development goals and prioritize the well-being of all stakeholders that involved in the development of the power sector in Vietnam.
Thank you. I've just got one final follow-up question, which relates to the fact that many of us will be aware of how competitive Vietnam's manufacturing sector has become and how the demands for energy in that sector are significant. So how do you see the kind of marrying up a thriving manufacturing sector with the energy transition agenda?
Yes, since the booming of the solar and wind energy was in the short time in Vietnam, so that's why we are not yet have a prepare of the, for example, most of the equipment was imported from other countries like a solar panel or wind turbine. As of course we cannot produce in short time. So I think the clear target and the clear roadmap is also can build up the domestic supply chains in the countries, and it's also given time for the investor to think and to prepare for the option to develop the new resource generation resource for Vietnam. I think the clear roadmap is very important. The clear target for the domestic supply chain and skilled worker is also follow up to this. So that could be like makes more benefit for the country who move forward with the energy transition. Thank you very much. I've just a housekeeping announcement, which is that I understand Dr. Zulfikar Yonadi has joined online, so we can see you up there. Thank you, and I'm glad you could make it. And we introduced you to the audience already. So, but I'll come to you after the next speaker. So, welcome to the panel, Zulfikar. Right, now without further ado, I'd like to go on to Veronica Mendizabal-Joff. So we can talk about ADB and also about some of the kind of just transition and gender aspects that we might have overlooked so far. So
Veronica, you've been working on gender equality, disability, and social inclusion aspects in the energy transition. Why is it so important to mainstream these topics in the energy transition?
Thank you, Richard, for the invitation to join the panel and contribute to this very interesting discussion. And good afternoon to all from Manila. Let me start by sharing that ADB is committed to a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. And to achieve this, we are working to address poverty and inequality in the region, accelerate gender equality, and foster regional cooperation. I'm proud to share that, as one of my colleagues has already indicated in the first session, that in 2021, ADB announced our ambition to deliver 100 billion in climate finance by 2030, making ADB the climate bank in Asia and the Pacific. So to your question, for us at ADB, it is clear that emissions from existing coal power plants must be addressed as a priority. But it is also clear that Asia's dependence on coal is still very significant. Plus, as you know, 90% of new coal power plants, that is 20 years or younger, are also located in the region. So this is a very complex challenge. Now, during the past couple of years at ADB, we have been designing some very interesting instruments. The Energy Transition Mechanism, the ETM, is an example. You have heard about this from the previous session as well. And this is an initiative that uses blended finance to retire existing coal power plants ahead of schedule and to replace them with clean power. Now, one of the aspects of the ETM is the explicit objective to make the transition to cleaner energy the just transition. But what does that really mean? And it's basically that potential social impacts need to be systematically assessed and managed as part of the overall process. Now, you can imagine the wide-ranging consequences of the early retirement of coal, as we have just heard from my fellow panelists, including in terms of employment, supply chains, and infrastructure. Now, while social impacts are being slowly recognized, the big challenge really is that there are very few examples of operational approaches for a just transition, and even less so in the context of Asia and the Pacific. Now, one of the aspects that my colleagues working on safeguards at ADB have been exploring, specifically for the ETM, is the use of safeguards instruments such as the SESA, this is the Strategic Environmental and Social Assessment, to identify significant social impacts and the mitigation measures that would be needed. Now, another aspect that I would like to bring to the discussion and that adds to the complexity is that while at the moment we are seeing the transition in terms of specific projects, which is good, we heard before from one of the during the opening remarks, but as the ball gets rolling, and it must get rolling if we are to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, then the transformation will be wide-ranging, involving the entire economic system. And then we're talking about various sectors and industries that will need to change in parallel: energy, transport, manufacturing, agriculture, to name a few. So we expect a large-scale change. And one of the key issues, I would say, in this is that we expect also the strongest impacts of this change to be felt by people and by the economy in the short and the medium term. Take electricity as an example. Here we expect the cost to increase initially, with coal being phased out and until renewable energy can be fully deployed. And this will have strong impacts on the poor and on populations that still lack access to electricity. So we need to start thinking very seriously about this. The energy transition, the net zero transition, is the way of the future. But transformations that are required will not pan out similarly for everyone. Social and economic inequalities will play a role in the process, and this is why the transition needs to be consciously designed to be socially equitable and inclusive. A just transition, as was indicated by Pak Dadan earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So besides social impact, the energy transition will also bring potentially new opportunities to workers in existing industries, but also specifically to marginalized groups, women. Could you tell us about some of the potential positive or new opportunities that may arise due to the energy transition?
Yes. I was actually reading the gender gap report of the World Economic Forum. It has just been released a couple of days ago. And it indicates that we're still 130 years away from closing the gender gap. That is globally. In Asia, we are expected to close the gender gap in 190 years. This is huge. So how does this play when we're discussing the energy and the net zero transitions? This very clearly points out to the need of making the transition work for women. And I've been advocating for a perspective that looks specifically at 4 aspects or 4 areas of engagement. The first one is to accelerate access to clean energy for all. We know reliable and affordable energy is key for development, but we also know that about 150 million people in Asia and the Pacific still have no access at all, and about 300 million have only limited access. So the decarbonization of the energy system must include targeted support for the poorest, which open, of course, the question of subsidies and so on, safety nets. But we also must keep in mind, and here comes the gender angle to it, that changes in energy cost can affect women differently. As globally, and a statistic is, on average, women still earn 20% less than men. But looking at opportunities, a key opportunity comes really from the potential green jobs. So about 140 million jobs are estimated in the energy sector worldwide, and this is by 2030. This would be in renewables and other transition sectors, and this offers, of course, a huge opportunity. Now, for this to benefit women, we need to look at the current situation. At the moment, women make only about 30% of the workforce in renewables. And most of the women employed in renewables are employed in lower paid and administrative positions, and not really in technical or managerial jobs. So this is really a call for the private sector, also an opportunity for the private sector to act quickly to set up human resources standards and that can encourage more women to join transition-related jobs. On this, at ADB, we have some very encouraging examples from our engagement with the Indonesian Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, where we have been working together with them for the development of a respectful workplace policy for SOEs, and this with the aim of encouraging more women to join and thrive in SOE companies now. We're also supporting PLN through technical assistance in their aim to develop a gender policy for the institution. The third point that I would like to raise is that of supporting women in education relevant to the transition and to increase their chances of benefiting from the jobs of the future. One of the issues is that only around 30% of female students choose science and technology subjects. In the region, we have variations on this. In Indonesia, the rate is a bit higher at 37%. But from discussing with a number of universities in the region, we know that careers such as electrical engineering have the least number of women students. So how do we encourage more women to join the sector in ASEAN? An example we have from Cambodia, where we're working with the Ministry of Mines, is to develop the technical and managerial capacities of women working in the energy sector. Upskilling and reskilling of the workforce in the short and the medium term will be key. And we're also working with the Cambodian Institute of Technology, designing boot camps and outreach sessions for female high school students. And this is as a way to create interest in engineering careers. Finally, I would like to mention that when we talk about just transition, we also need to talk about diverse voices and the voices of women also shaping the transition plans. And I'm proud to share that we have been supporting the Sri Kandi network of women leaders in Indonesian SOEs to enhance their leadership capacities through dedicated leadership programs. For them, we have trained about 80 senior female managers so far, and this directly supports the target set in Indonesia to have 15% of women in the board of directors of SOEs by 2024. So in conclusion, I would say that to capture the opportunities presented by the large-scale change, we need to look at ensuring that transition plans explicitly include a focus on just and social aspects for the short, medium, and longer term. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. I think that's a fantastic intervention. I think there was a huge amount there that was very interesting to listen to. I think the role of ensuring that there's a procedural justice element of a just transition too, and the need to kind of encourage voices from marginalized groups in the discussions is really important too. A point that came in at the end, as well as the efforts from the ADB are talking about in terms of setting human resource standards and working with PLN to ensure gender is a factor that is considered in the hiring decisions. So without any further ado, we'll move on to our final speaker of the panel. So Dr. Zulfikar Yonedi. So I'd like to... So you were in the senior official of the Ministry of Energy meeting last week. What could you tell us from that meeting about our topic today?
Yes, thank you. Again, apologies for joining up a bit late. And yeah, thank you also for having Center for Energy and joining today's event. And yeah, you're correct. We just finalized 1 week of the summit meetings and the officials on meeting energy last week. We had quite fruitful discussions led by Indonesia as the chair of this year's ASEAN. There are many fruitful discussions, both in terms of discussing the achievement of the milestones from our AIGCC, which is the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperations, the regional energy blueprint in ASEAN. As information, we are currently in the cycle of 2021-2025. So we are like in the middle of this AIGCC. And we discussed a lot in the achievement of the AIGCC for the last 2-3 years, and the midterm review of that, and how we would like to move forward. Among those are the targets of renewable energy and energy efficiency. These include the target of achieving 23% renewable energy in primary energy supply by 2025, which is the same with the target of Indonesia, and also achieving 35% of installed capacity coming from renewables. Another target in energy efficiency is to reduce energy intensity by 32% from the 2005 level until 2025. We noted that partly due to the pandemic, the economic recovery that follows, as well as the geopolitical tensions that causes the crunch in both the supply and demand of energy, the progress in renewable energy and energy efficiency are somewhat slow. This is the status of 2021, but we are expecting that towards the full pandemic recovery and also resiliency, that the targets will be
Sorry to just...
But we also
Zulfikar,
Yeah,
sorry to just interrupt you for a second, but I think we're having some difficulties with the sound coming through, so I'm not sure if you can do anything on your end to kind of improve the quality of your microphone, but if I could ask you if you sort of speak a bit slower and a bit louder, then we'll do our best to hear what you're saying. I think that it's probably our fault for the microphones, but just if you could help us by speaking as clearly and as slowly as you can, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Really apologize for that. Yeah, I was saying that in the summit meeting, one of the main agenda is to check the achievement of the ASEAN Plan of Action of Energy Cooperation, our regional energy blueprint. We also noted that due to the impact of the pandemic, its recovery, and also the geopolitical tensions, we are in a dire need of having accelerated our efforts both in energy efficiency and also renewable energy, so we can achieve our targets by 2025. Among those we noted, according to the ASEAN Energy Outlook, the 7 ASEAN Energy Outlook, that the need for investment is quite high. In power sector only, we noted that the required investment range from 700 until 1,000 billion US dollar for the next few decades. And another scenario that was explored by our sister study together with the IRID, the second RE Outlook, reaching the 1.5 degree scenarios might require an even higher investment. In power sector only, it will mean 2 until 3 trillion US dollar for the next 3 decades, while for the whole energy system, we might require investment as much as 6 until 8 trillion US dollar. And we found that there is a gap. Currently, investment in clean energy is ranging maybe 3 billion US dollar per year, mostly coming from the private sector. So the discussions on the need of financing of investment is very lively on the meeting. Among those efforts that we are currently doing we are developing the ASEAN taxonomy together with the other sectors in ASEAN economic community. So we noted that energy is a topic that impacts all sectors, not only energy, but also transport, agriculture, and others. We are also working on the carbon neutrality strategy. Again, this is part of the overall economic community. The idea is to provide a guidance and also framework for the member states and also financial institutions to channel more investment into the energy transition efforts. Also important that we discuss are the terms of energy financing for energy transition itself. This does not only mean the investment for the new clean energy investment, but also what we call the so-called transition financing. And this, of course, includes the financing for the supporting infrastructure, and this includes the grid, the upgrading of the current grid for each member state, but also interconnection between one country to the others in support of the ASEAN power grid of the APG. The development of the new local industries, especially for the future clean energy industries. This is also strengthened by the ASEAN Leaders Declarations on EV ecosystem that was launched in the latest ASEAN Summit in Labuan Bajo. We also noted that as per today's discussion, the importance of financing support for the transitioning industry. And this might include the coal, power, and mining. We understand that this is something that are sensitive, and we applauded the efforts coming from partners such as to the energy transition mechanism and also just energy transition partnership on this. Maybe last but not least, we also during the summit last week, we also announced a new collaborations between ASEAN and US-8 Smart Power Project (SPP) on their support for the various parts of the APAEC. So we noted on this that the support from the dialogue partners and international organizations would be very important for the region to be able to successfully reach its energy transition, including on filling up both the gap towards the regional targets and also the financing gap for the region to be able to successfully reach its just energy transition.
Thank you very much. Now, I've just got a few minutes left, and I'd like to ask one question first, and just I think we haven't got enough time to go to the floor for questions, but what I would like to do is just do one more round of the panelists, and in particular, I'd like you to think about in your answers. So the question I'd like to ask is about, many of the panelists will have had experience of the JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership processes that are currently going on in Indonesia and in Vietnam. And so the question is really, what can we learn from these experiences? What's been positive about them? How have they managed to take into account some of these socio-economic challenges? And are there still any shortcomings? So I'll just go round the panelists with a few thoughts, and if you want to throw in any other concluding remarks, but just on JETPs and whether they're a good example of how we build in some of these socio-economic challenges into the financing for renewable energy. So first I'll come to you, Yunju Park Min.
Hi. Okay. I think one of the actually is related to question in the actually Q&A. So for the energy transition requires really holistic approach through the policy support and then private sectors, everything. But it should actually consider about the social impact as well. And then sometimes it's really difficult to tackle all of this energy transition together with the tackling of these issues. So I think that to the especially Indonesian case, the Philippine case is a little bit different because Philippines doesn't produce a coal, but Indonesia is like coal producing countries, and then also heavily depending on the public. A lot of public income comes from the actually coal and coal product. So, but at the end, we should actually accelerate all this energy transition. So with the local context, without actually overriding the social impact actually, and the private sector cannot move alone. So I think in this case, with the local context, a lot of support by the international organizations from the planning to implementing the strategies, and then for the energy transition. So I think this is a really needs collaboration of the NDBs, especially Asian Development Bank. The panelists mentioned about that they assigned, allocated all this climate finance, a lot of funds. So it should actually utilize to help all these, especially Indonesian cases, coal producing countries, so needs a lot of help, support by the MDBs, I guess.
Thank you. Okay, next I'll pass to Fabi Tumira. So final comments and also reflections on whether the JETP is a good model.
Yeah, I think we learned from JETP that every country has a unique challenge. And so the experience with South Africa, Indonesia, I think Vietnam, and later on Senegal could be different because the challenge for each country is different, and how we address the challenge also will determine what kind of the social economic impact of this energy transition. So understanding that, I think is very, very important. One, we can understand the risk and the impact of the transition pathways that we set for each country will also determine what kind of just transition program that the country should take and the cost associated with that. So I think so far this in Indonesia context is still under discussion. I think one of 4 working group under Just Energy Transition Partnership called Just Transition Working Group are discuss about the framework, how to assess the risk, and hopefully we'll come up with the Just Transition Program to address and to reduce the socio-economic impact from the energy transition in Indonesia.
Thank you. Next, I'll go with very little break to Noti from Vietnam. Can you take up that question? So just final thoughts and also just reflections on whether the JETP is a good model for building some of these socio-economic concerns into policy making.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I fully agree with Fabi. JETP is a good model of it. It's still ongoing. We're still trying from Vietnam side. We also see its ongoing process. And from at least from my point of view, to ensure the results, energy transition is not simple. From the finance mechanism, from the volume of the CO2 emission reduction, and also the impact of the energy transition to the social development in the country need to be considered carefully. And the metric to assess the relation between the investment, emission reduction, social impact need to be taken care and also considered clearly when we develop the pipeline investment project under the JETP. So for Vietnam side, it's still ongoing. We are trying to learning some good and bad lessons from South Africa and Indonesia. We think that as the countries have been dependent, I would say quite a lot on the electricity from the coal power plant, and we have a very young coal power plant in Vietnam. So it's much difficult for Vietnam to phase down or phase out coal power plant. But we will have to take a look into detail different units in different coal power plant to see what could be the chance for Vietnam to still have a sustainable of the energy power sector, sustainable power sector, but in the same time we still can reduce the CO2 emission as committed in under the JETP. It's ongoing, so I couldn't say whether it's good and how is this, but we are working on that, and we hope JETP could be the encourage for the continued investment on the renewable energy in Vietnam, and in the same time the people in Vietnam also benefit from the progress of the protect of the climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to Veronica now, just for your final thoughts, please.
Thank you. The reality is that we are learning, and I agree that this requires systematic approaches and collaboration. I think it's important to make the social dimension a pillar in the planning and budgeting for the net zero transition. The social impacts must be costed, and I think that we can still do better in this regard. I would also say that beyond impacts, I think that we must also keep in mind the opportunities, such as in investing in people to increase the potentials in the medium and long term, and the potential gains in the medium and long term. Perhaps as a final remark, I would say that the slogan of the ASEAN this year, ASEAN Matters, Epicenter of Growth, is absolutely on target. What happens in ASEAN will have ripple effects around the world. So it will be very important to see what happens in Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines with this transition and the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that last point is very well noted indeed. Finally, for the final thoughts, the very final thoughts, Dr. Zulfikar, would you like to just say a few final words on the issues we've been discussing?
Yes, thank you. So I think what's also important is on the coordinations between the stakeholders, because we know that issues like this are an issue of multi-stakeholders. So I think the efforts, especially in Indonesia, in creating the Justice Secretariat is a good strategy. But of course, I think that the fact that it is a multi-stakeholders with various goals make it a little bit challenging for them to find a common ground to move forward. Although I believe that this exercise is something that are really needed, I think it is also important for ASEAN and its member states to really speak up about our needs, our situations, and our condition regarding with the energy transition and how we envision this energy transition to happen in our country, in our region, in a just and also sustainable. I think maybe just want to share also that from the ASEAN Center for Energy, we are currently moving forward beyond because we used to work as a policy recommendations, discussions, policy dialogue, but we are currently trying to work towards more implementation phase. And this includes several studies, and also, for example, we are currently conducting a feasibility study for interconnection between Malaysia and also Indonesia. And this is partly also to support Indonesia chairmanship in ASEAN this year. So I think having a stronger collaborations between partners and voicing up the needs for the ASEAN to communicate it clearly with all dialogue partners and also international organizations would be very important, so that we can, have this energy transition that really to the best of the people in the country, and of course to contribute globally to the issues of environment and also security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And all that it remains for me to do at this point is to thank our fabulous panelists, who I'm sure you'll agree have given us a very wide range of insights that has been very helpful for this discussion, and to thank the organisers, and then I'll hand back. So I'm delighted to close the panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard Bridle and distinguished speakers. But please remain on stage, because we would like to take this opportunity for a group photo alongside the speakers who joining with us virtually. Three, two, one, smile. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for indeed. It was an interesting second and final discussion of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, home to over 600 million people, The Association of Southeast Asian Nations is a diverse and rapidly changing region that is experiencing progress across many aspects for sustainable development. As we know, Southeast Asia is growing to become a region that is entitled the second largest powerful economy in Asia. So the energy demand will continually increase in the future. Ultimately, this agenda will require bold action and innovative partnership at national, regional, and global events. It will require collaboration and communication across countries, sectors, and disciplines. All actors, public, private, domestic, international, have a role to play in ensuring that it is not just more financing, but better financing for sustainable development results. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, two topics have been discussed by eminent speakers from various institutions, and there will be the source of what's next in the review of sustainable energy financing and mobilization of energy investment in ASEAN. We now officially conclude this forum with a closing section. We would like to invite to the stage to deliver his closing remarks. Please welcome the Executive Director of ASEAN Center for Energy, Bapak Nuki Agia Utama.
Usually people say that after lunch is the tough one to speak in the podium. But I think this time is tougher. I'm not sure whether you all exhausted the whole day, but definitely very interesting discussion we had. And thank you very much, John, for coming, Professor John from Monash. Pak Rudy, thank you very much for this magnificent event. I just arrived from Kuala Lumpur this afternoon and jumped into here, looking at how important this occasion. We had a high-level dialogue last night, signing between USAID and some of these big companies in Southeast Asia, like Petronas, PTT, and also Pertamina, on the methane emission reduction. So I think it's also quite important because 18% of the GHG potential is coming from methane. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to seize this moment to convey our utmost appreciation to each participant for our active engagement and valuable contribution to this fruitful discussion. It has been an honor to have participants from diverse sectors, government officials, public utilities, private enterprises, financial institutions, and others. Your participation played a pivotal role in the resounding success of this forum, contributing to the Indonesian ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 agenda in the lead up to the 41st ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting, or AMEM, later in Bali this August. Today's forum has proven to be an enlightening and productive session on unpacking required enabling policies and financing mechanism in financing a sustainable energy transition, such as the how to leverage public financing, how mobilizing more private or philanthropic funding, and also how contextualizing the innovative financing schemes for the energy transition. I think we all know the energy transition without financial support will go nowhere. As also people in this, the electricity club saying that transition without transmission will not go anywhere. And also, if we're looking at transition, not looking at energy security, will bring down the developing country to move forward. So those are the things that perhaps we have to looking at in the equal way. Your Excellency Arifin Tasrif, the Ministers of Energy and Mineral Resources, suggested that the discussion on how Indonesia's chairmanship aims to address the issues of financial needs by ASEAN. It's quite important. And also, Your Excellency Sri Mulyani, the Ministers of Finance, laid out the role of public finance institutions to enable ASEAN as an attractive investment destination. Jeffrey Sachs from the SDSN also pointed out the potential role of the ASEAN Green Deal in accelerating sustainable energy transition in ASEAN. The first 3 panel session also discussing on the public and private financing for sustaining the energy transition. We also receive a featured distinguished speakers from Asia Manulife Investment Management, ARENA, Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, SMI, and ADB. While it's on the second session, we see a list of speakers from Philippines, IESR, Vietnam Initiative for Energy Transition, World Bank, and also UNESCAP. The session explored the current efforts and initiatives, such as the Energy Transition Mechanism, Just Energy Transition Partnership, and Blended Finance, which are important to leverage ASEAN's public fund in attracting and mobilizing more private financing for the energy transition. Also discussed was the transition cost beyond project finance to include inclusive financing. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, just a bit story on this, our flagship study on the 7 ASEAN Energy Outlook, or AO7. It was showing that the region would require power sector investment of around 726 up until $1 trillion US. 726 billion to $1 trillion US from 2021 to 2050. We also noted that highlighted that the needs of investment depend strongly on the end-use efficiency improvement. So we're not looking at on the supply side investment, but also end-use investment and also improvement. Complementing the ASEAN Energy Outlook 7 with the second RE Outlook, which is jointly developed by ACE and IRENA. And we see that higher share of RE coupled with higher electrification would require higher level of investment. So noted that if we want to increase the share of VRE in the power sectors, therefore the investment needed is also higher. It is shown that the increasing the end-use electrification to 52% of renewable electricity generation to 90% would require 2.8 up until 3.7 trillion US dollar. IO7 mentioning up to 1 trillion, but if you're looking at increasing the higher penetration on electrification, will be triple the investment. And also revealing approximately around 6 to 7 trillion US dollar for the whole energy system. And to address this, we must continue to collaborate in addressing the challenges in inviting investment for energy transition, acknowledging the importance of collaboration, including triple helix towards sustainable energy financing and its mobilization for energy transition in the region. Before I conclude, I want to give huge appreciation to Indonesia Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for becoming the host of today's event, and support received from Climateworks Center for Policy Development, International Institute for Sustainable Development, Indonesia Research Institute for Decarbonization, Institute for Essential Services Reform, and also Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, supported by Asia Investor Group on Climate Change. We are also thankful for your participation, and we look forward to your attendance to the ASEAN Energy Business Forum, which is held back-to-back with the ASEAN Energy Ministerial meeting in Bali next August. So we look forward for having a continuous discussion on these matters, not only up until AMEM meeting in Bali, but for the next coming of decades, which is transition is important right now, where the region will be the net importers of coal in 2039, and also a bit surprising that we're going to be the net importers of natural gas in 2025. So again, thank you very much and see you in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Nuki Agia Utama, for the closing remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our event today. We are deeply honored to all representatives to share their views in the sustainable energy financing and mobilization of energy investment in ASEAN Forum today on 27th of June in the Sultan Hotel and Residence, Jakarta. We would like to extend our gratitude once again to you all for your kind support, and also thanks to you who are joining virtually. As final remarks to you who are joining here physically, please be reminded to join us right after this dinner and networking session at Lagoon Cafe. Once again, on behalf of the entire management and team, thank you so much who participated from the beginning to the end of this event. And we are apologize if there are any mistakes during the event. I am Anjana Demira. Stay safe, stay healthy, and thank you.